Hello, everyone. Welcome to Big Seriously Energy. I'm Zraitor, your host. Our offering for episode 20 is part 2 and the conclusion of Puppet Shows and Shadow Plays by Arc Dream Publishing, starring Eerie Lunarose as the Handler, starring EeiddKlabe as Mariela Godinez, starring Alistair as Judith Henson, and finally, myself, Zraitor, as Richard Sappington. July 29th, 1994. After 13 disappearances happen along a stretch of highway, two FBI agents join in the search along with the forensic investigator and a national park ranger. Everyone was told to play nice, and they did so. There was a tension and an awkward dance around who had authority, but so far, the investigation has proceeded without issue. The group was briefed and told that the ranch where the Begay family disappeared was the obvious starting place, and they agreed to search it. Upon arrival, the four got to work after a rancher who lived nearby told them about the troubles of missing sheep that the Begay family had been going through lately. Agent Sappington probed the outdoors, coming up empty, while inside the house, the other three searched the place, a search that eventually led to a complete forensics workup. Agent Henson stayed with Evelyn to finish, and Mariela and Agent Sappington left to explore the ranch grounds. Mariela spotted a bunch of holes that contained 25 sheep bodies, as well as the corpses of the missing Begay family. They were pale and drained of blood, and it appeared that coyotes dug up all the holes, which Chief Colorados and Mariela suggested wasn't possible. Later, Agent Sabaton and Mariela go on a flyover in a helicopter, and the agent spots a partially buried car that was eventually dug up. Inside it lay the decayed and disemboweled corpse of Kenneth Braitherman, whose death isn't quite like the others, but still close enough for Agent Sabaton, who is confident that it is related. Evelyn does an autopsy on the father of the Begay family and confirms that he has been drained of blood, but couldn't figure out either the means of how this was done or the substance that acted like a tranquilizer of sorts. She relates her info to the agents before a meeting at the police substation that morning. During this meeting, they are told that Kenneth was a former Houston police detective who was the chief suspect in a series of prostitute killings. This information took everyone aback. Agent Henson calls Evelyn to take a look at Kenneth's stomach to see if he engaged in cannibalism. The three await her findings while preparing their next moves as well.
Okay, so we are back playing the second part of Puppet Shows and Shadow Plays for Delta Green. And when we last left you all, everyone except for our Emmy, acting Emmy, Evelyn Johnson, was back where your case sort of started at the Apache Tribal Police substation on the res. You're there with, Major Garrett and Chief Colorados. Major Garrett has brought you a file on your stranger that you found the body of last time, Kenneth Braverman. And so there's that to follow up on. Also, Evelyn said she had one last thing to finish up. So she's doing that now so that you will have a full report on both Kenneth Braverman, and then she had also autopsied one of the family yesterday. She kind of gave you those results on the phone. She seemed really upset, kind of unnerved by everything she found. And yeah, that's where you're at. I know, Judith, you were a little bit concerned about Evelyn. You were thinking about going over to the hospital to check on her. You do have this case file. You have some other leads you could follow up on to see if you can find more of the missing people. You've got a lot of weird things going on with this case that still are not being explained. So what's next moves, people?
You say we have the case file, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I can give some of that to you right now.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yep.
Yeah, if it's a handout.
Yeah, we do actually have. So there's something that that Major Garrett, as you open up the folder that he gave you, is like, yeah, we didn't remember about this, but it did go out. There was an APB for Kenneth Braverman, and we didn't really flag that when the name came up, but there was a thing for him about a month ago. Just be on the lookout because he was, as we know now, a suspect in an investigation, even though he was a police officer. So they did put out an APB, and you see that kind of right on top.
All right, I look at it and I say, originating office, Houston, 2500 East TC Jester, Houston, Texas, 77008-1300, date June 30th. Distribution, all field offices. Subject, fugitive alert, multiple murder and kidnapping suspect. Summary. The Houston Police Department have requested that we raise Bureau awareness concerning the recent disappearance of one Kenneth Braverman. Braverman is wanted in connection with the murder of his two children, Daniel, age 9, and Hannah, age 6, and is also the main suspect in connection with a series of recent prostitute murders involving body dismemberments and mutilation in the Houston area. He's also thought to have kidnapped his wife, Elaine Braverman, age 32. Braverman was also a serving officer with the Houston PD. He is age 33, Caucasian, 6 foot 2 inches, and of medium build. From early this month, Houston PD began to receive reports that prostitutes in the city were going missing. 11 disappearances in total were reported. In the following weeks, some of those reported missing turned up dead in disused buildings, drainage pipes, and similar locations. In all cases, these bodies show signs of severe blood loss, mutilation, sexual torture, and dismemberment. Other unidentified body parts were also discovered in various locations. Houston PD investigations eventually centered on Officer Braverman. The same mystery man had been spotted with each of the victims, and his car and license plates were eventually made by a witness. Braverman was also a close fit for composite sketches made of said mystery man. Up until this time, Braverman was regarded as a model officer, and mandated psychiatric evaluations detected nothing at all to indicate mental imbalance of this magnitude. Braverman may have been tipped off by colleagues in the Houston PD that he was under suspicion. Whatever happened, on June 28th, he decided to murder his two children by slashing their throats, and then is then thought to have absconded to parts unknown. Forensic evidence at his home indicates that his wife was not a willing accomplice to these acts, and that she is therefore presumed to now be held against her will. Bureau personnel who obtain any information concerning the whereabouts of Kenneth Braverman should contact this office, who will then liaise with Houston PD. Special Agent James W. Defoe.
Well, that's for standing officer. That's kind of a weird turnaround, I feel.
So the bodies in that case, they were disused buildings, drainage pipes. They were not buried in mounds like we found.
Yeah, and they went through horrible mutilation. So that's what could be like a cult, perhaps? No, that wouldn't be. I mean, that's a lot of people. We still don't know about his wife.
Well, if I may, Braverman's been dead for a while when we found him, so his MO definitely would have discrepancies with whatever's going on right now. He's clearly not the suspect currently.
Yeah, but it's still kind of weird that he was so far off and now he's here. That's the kind of how he was going on a rampage, perhaps. Like really, he thought from one day to the other, okay, I'm just going to kill people forever.
Well, it's possible that he might have had an accomplice, and perhaps they got into a fight, an argument, and the accomplice killed him, and that's why their MO is a little different. They're carrying on
Like
the
his
work.
wife.
His wife, very possible. Although, why would his wife be doing the similar things? That's very odd.
What would he do? That kind of thing too. Like
True, but he's clearly
comes
mentally
from
ill.
nowhere.
That would suggest that she's similarly mentally ill, which doesn't make sense.
Kind of twisted Bonnie and Clyde situation or something.
Huh.
That's a fair point. They could have been.
But she is missing now, so now we've got yet another missing person we haven't found.
But why would they? It just doesn't make sense. Okay, so we have a dead killer, many dead people, and a wife on the run, or locked somewhere, perhaps. So, what's our next move then?
Colorado reminds you as well that so that forensic evidence you took from the house yesterday, we've run it through our local.
Okay.
Obviously, it's a small community. nobody that we have the fingerprints on file of here for our area.
Okay.
Other than the big A's, obviously we've ruled them out, we fingerprinted them. So we've pulled their stuff out. There are a few other, like fingerprints that aren't identified. I can ask John Rope, if he'd be willing to be fingerprinted. Obviously there's probably some fingerprints of his at least outside, and I know he's probably been inside too. But there's several sets of fingerprints we haven't identified yet. I figure we should probably run those now through your database.
Yeah, that clearly. If there's an unidentified fingerprint, we should run it to a bigger one, a bigger database. We could do that. And
Speaking of John Rope, have you searched his ranch? It's very possible that the killer could have hid out there as well.
No, we haven't, but granted he's alone, he could miss something, but he hasn't noticed anything out of order, and he has a smaller flock. The alpaca wool, I guess, sells for a little more, but he keeps them pretty close too. He hasn't noticed anything missing, so.
But when I looked at John Rope, how old did I think he was? Like, ballpark, like 50s, 60s, 70s?
He's like in his 60s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chief, is it a common for someone his age to be running a ranch all by themselves?
Common, no, but he's still in pretty good health, and he's a stubborn guy, so he'll keep going until he can't.
All right, let's see. So, did we have permission from you to look at his ranch then?
Yeah, but if I don't go with you, he's probably not gonna like it.
Oh yeah, of course you can accompany us.
Yeah.
I just want to poke around just to cross it off. It's just so close to the sheeps that it just seems weird that I don't know, just bothering me.
yeah, I get what you mean. That's a good point, a good place to go and see what's up. So we ran the fingerprint to a bigger database. We go to the ranch. What else?
Well, your gal there said she's gonna have like a full report
Okay.
on the Braverman fella when in a couple hours or something like that.
Okay, so
I'll
we'll
want a
record
copy of that too. Yeah.
Of
Okay.
course. Yeah.
Sure. We'll give it to you when we have it.
And what about you, local forces? I suggest you look at the previous crime spots and look for mounds or any sort of burials. Is that worth your time? Can you do that?
Yeah, I mean we can do some of that. We already kind of did,
Okay.
looked around, but we can do a little bit of a wider search. Now we've got kind of an idea of how far this fella, if it is a fella, or Elaine Braverman, whoever the hell, took the bodies away in order to bury them. So we can make sure we've at least done that big of a perimeter.
Yeah, keep your eye out for the coyote footprints. This seems to keep popping up. I have no idea why, but it seems to be the link.
Yeah, I don't understand what's going on with that. Do you?
I could only think of something ridiculous that the killer has some sort of tool that he's making it with to mark him for some reason. I don't know why that would be, but because both Mariela and Chief Colorado's said that it couldn't possibly be actual coyotes doing it.
I mean, it looks like natural coyote digging. That's why
I
it's
see.
so weird,
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess somebody could, but that's definitely a coyote paw. Like I saw, tracks around. It looks like coyote digging, but there's also coyote paw prints that are very clearly like if somebody was doing that, they were doing it with the animal's feet and in a way that the animal would have done it. So
Yeah, it's the other thing I can think of that's equally ridiculous, that perhaps they have a trained coyote, which I don't believe that's possible.
I've never seen it, but I suppose anything's possible at this point. But why would a killer dig up their evidence? They wouldn't, right? So
Unless they were leading us around for some reason, mocking us perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps they've seen us since the beginning. Perhaps they're following us. I don't know. I don't want to become paranoid, but it's all too convenient for them and not for us.
It's a bit like a magician showing us what they want us to see while they do something
Yeah.
else.
I feel like there's
my
something we're
mind
not
is going.
seeing. But so the ranch, we have to go to the ranch. But Mariela, is there something? Are you coming with us? Obviously you are, but is there something you have in mind?
No, I mean, if you guys want to check things out, I'm there to help facilitate. I mean, I I think I'm a little bit behind on the whole investigation thing. I'm just still trying to come up with a link. I think nighttime is like the only thing that connects all of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. It's really a weird case. So, what do we do?
Part of that's guesswork. I don't even know that for a fact.
Well, hey Marielle, I realize this is what we do for a living. Are you holding up well? I don't want to be cold to you. It's likely we're going to see more messed up things before this is through. Are you able to perform?
I'm gonna have to. I think that we're in this deep. The less the less people are dealing with this, the better. We don't want to keep cycling in park rangers and have everybody, running around telling their girlfriends and moms and dads about the rapist in the desert or whatever's going on here.
Yeah. All right. Well, if there's any issues, you can bring it up with either I or Agent Henson. We have a sympathetic ear.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you, and I'll do my best to keep you advised of any dangerous wildlife, perhaps.
All right. Well, should we get to it? I guess the ranch, John Ribs Ranch, will be our first while we wait the results from Evelyn.
Yep. Okay, so are all three of you going out to John Rope's ranch?
I intend
Yep.
to.
Okay. So I assume that Mariela will go in her own car because she has such a nice one. It's so good for the desert. But I suppose the agents probably go back to their, lovely black bureau issued sedan or whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason not to take both vehicles at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah,
You
makes
never
sense.
know where the investigation day will take you. But as you two go back to your car, you're completely locked, parked car outside the police station. You see as you open the door, and it's locked, everything is normal. But as you go to get in, with you guys both have decent alertness, you're gonna open the door and then you see something on your seats. And at first you just see like a flash of brown. You're like, oh gosh, what is this? Is it some kind of animal? Is it a, tarantula? What's going on? Nope. There's some feces sitting
No
on
way.
each of your seats in your inside your locked car. They're desert animal feces, so they're fairly desiccated. And it's placed pretty much exactly in the center of each of your seats. It's like a nice little, looks like a mammal. I'll give you, three guesses as to what it probably is, and the first two don't count. But you probably have to, ask somebody else to know for sure.
Mariella, are these coyote droppings?
Yeah,
What I
Mario.
was suspecting. If I need to,
You don't have to roll.
but these are coyote feces.
like holding the bridge of my nose in irritation. Like I told you we were being mocked somehow.
The car was closed. What? Oh my god.
Yeah, we always lock our vehicles,
Yeah.
so I don't know when this happened.
Judith started to look around the car to see if there's a sign of breaking in, like obvious break-in or something, because the car was closed, or if like it seems done as if they had the key, something like that. Do I have to roll something for that, or is it
No,
obvious?
you don't have to roll. You do a check around, like you take a couple minutes and go like, this is weird, what has happened. And if somebody didn't have the key to your car, you do not know how this happened.
Do I see coyote footprints around the car?
It's blacktop, so that would be a really hard thing
okay.
for you to do. Mariela, if you want to look, you could give me a survival, but it would be at minus 20% because you're looking on blacktop.
Okay. Okay, I got 6, so I succeed.
Nice. Okay, yeah. So, you're looking around because you see that the agents are kind of, and this is not in your car, by the way, Mariela. You do not have a coyote turd on your seat.
Oh, okay.
But when you're looking around, because you can see the agents are a little bit like, what the hell happened here? So you go looking, and you find some coyote paw prints kind of heading away from the car, and then they just kind of vanish. They just kind of stop at some point.
Okay.
Not like, oh, it's gone on to even harder ground or something like that. No, they just kind of stop. They just kind of vanish. You can't find any more after that.
Well, agents, it looks like there's some coyote prints here. I think even you guys should be able to kind of see. There's a little bit of dirt collected, but then they just stop right here. I think that whatever this coyote imitation thing is, I mean, it's someone's gone through a lot of trouble to kind of set this up, but they can't, make tracks forever. I mean, these are the gate and everything is exact. I don't even know how you would accomplish this, but assuming someone is mocking you, as you said, it appears as though they just they went through the trouble of doing it and then just went through the trouble of stopping. I don't know if that means anything to you, but
No, this is a new one for me. We got to get this
Same.
cleaned up.
Yeah, wait, before cleaning up, so Mariela, you said there's print, yeah, we see that, and then yeah, they disappear, right?
yeah,
So they just like poof into the air. This makes no sense. So obviously there has to be a human helper or something. I don't see a coyote opening
someone
a
picked
car.
up the coyote or something.
Yeah, right. That's I don't see any other logical answer. But and Judith, look around. Is there any human?
Yeah, so I
footprint?
mean, there's a lot of
Okay.
footprints around here. But in terms of like Mariela, you've looked at this. You found that trail. When that thought occurs to you, you go back and you kind of take a look around, and no, you don't see anything like that. So if that was the case, it was someone with very clean shoes, someone who didn't leave any tracks for you to find on this hard surface. You don't find any evidence of that anyway, that someone picked up their trained coyote and took them away.
Good. So we have a flying coyote. All right. This is getting better and better. Well, Richard, you're right. We need to clean this up and go to the ranch, but she still look around. I feel like Judith is starting to feel paranoid that someone is watching them from, I don't know, a building or something. Is there something around that can be seen? Someone acting strange, perhaps? Something to roll?
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and roll me an alertness just to kind of see.
I'm gonna go back into the building and get some paper towels.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's not hard. I mean, you can just take a paper towel or a little baggie and you just pick it up, and it's not like it left a big mess or anything, but
Oh.
give it a try.
Let me check. I'm
Desert
looking.
creatures don't, waste a lot of
Okay.
moisture on their
All
dry.
right, so that I'm cleaning it out while she's doing this.
Awareness, you say, right? Or alertness?
Alertness.
Oh yeah, there's no awareness anyway. Alertness. Okay, so 70 is my top. Well, I got 85. So
All right. Well, you're kind of, you're kind of freaked out. You're kind of looking around. Your head is definitely on a swivel. You don't see anyone who's like paying you any sort of attention. You're on the res. Like this is the inhabited, established town type part of the res. So there's a couple people walking down the street, across the way. You're in front of the police station. One of the deputies drives up and comes into work. Maybe this is the next morning. But yeah, nobody seems to be, paying you with special attention. You don't see anything that like you have this creepy feeling now, but you don't see anything to corroborate your creepy feeling.
great. She's not gonna sleep soon then.
Well, thankfully you got the whole day ahead of you. We'll see what else you can pick up paranoias about along the way. All right. Well, I assume that once you've done all of that, you head on over to John Rope's ranch.
Yep.
Chief Colorado kind of leans out the police station as you're getting ready to leave, realizing that you for some reason have come back in to like, to get some paper towels, and it's like, did you want me to go with you?
I believe you said you were supposed to.
I mean, I don't have to. You have jurisdiction. He's just not,
Yeah, I think we can handle this on our own.
yeah. He won't like it, but you can tell him that I said it was fine, and then he'll let you.
Yeah, that'll free you up to do something else. You don't need to chaperone us.
All right, I'm gonna be faxing all your evidence up to the
Yeah, that's a better use of your time.
Okay. So you guys go out there. And John Rope is out feeding his alpacas. That's what you see when you drive up.
Right. Get out of the car. Does he notice me?
Mm-hmm. Yep. He clocks you. He doesn't pay you any sort of particular attention. He's just like, oh, it's them. He keeps doing what he's doing.
All right. Does he have like a big ranch, small ranch? What am I looking at?
It's smaller than the Begays.
Hmm.
And he has like a grazing paddock for his, relatively small flock of alpaca. Um, and then he has like an area that looks like maybe he does like a greenhouse out back of his little shack and try and supplement his food year round. But yeah, that's about it. It's
Okay.
a relatively small property. It is definitely the closest neighbor to the Begays.
I'll turn to the other two and tell them I think we should approach him together. So, he's probably already irritated. We don't want to look like we're poking around without his permission.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I'll walk up to and just kind of wave from a distance and hey, good morning, John.
Oh, hello.
We were speaking earlier with the chief. We were also, with the state police and so on and so forth. We figured we'd come by. We were hoping that we'd, we don't want to put you out or anything, but we were hoping that we can kind of explore the grounds. There were some buried items from whatever our suspect is, and we're hoping that maybe we can narrow down the active area. We just wanted to kind of take a look around, and we're not here to stop you. You can continue doing what you're doing there.
So you're trying to search my property without a warrant. What did the chief have to say about that?
The chief gave us his permission to come here and look around.
Okay. All right. If Chief Colorados thinks it's a good idea, you can go ahead.
And I don't think you're a criminal. I just think maybe somebody could be hiding out here, or they could have used it, left evidence behind.
Yeah, you're free to look. I haven't seen anything, but I am just one person, so go ahead if you like. And he'll just, continue doing what he's doing, feeding his alpacas, cleaning up after them.
So, John, why do you prefer alpacas to sheep?
The wool's worth more.
The wool's worth more. All right.
Yeah, so I can get by on fewer animals.
Ah, because you're just one person working, so you need to maximize what you're doing.
Yep.
All right. So you don't have any family that helps you or anything like that?
No, they're all gone.
All gone. They moved away or they died?
Well, my wife died a long time ago, and my son, we don't talk. He left the res a long time ago, and he lives in the white man's world now. So
Yeah, sorry to hear that. All right, I guess we will take a look around, like I said, if you don't mind.
well, whether I mind or not is neither here nor there, but if the chief said it's fine, then it's fine.
I mean, you could show me your greenhouse if you like, or
Yeah, if you want to see it, he'll pause, he'll put the feet down and he'll walk you over there.
okay. Then I will just kind of wink at the other two, leave them to do whatever else they want to do. Now that I have him away from them.
All right, so he's going to the greenhouse. You agree there's a ranch to the house? I know it seems like a silly question, but we agree he has a house on that area, right? There's the greenhouse.
There's a house. It's small, It's like a little one-bedroom house.
But
Not much more than a shack.
when Richard talked to him, he didn't really said we could get into his house, right?
Yeah, you think that would probably be like, something that maybe you should have him with you to do.
Yeah.
Sounds like they'll probably let you because the chief was saying it's fine, but
Clear a window.
Like I was
That's what my
never
wink
there.
applied.
Okay, Mariela, what do you reckon we do? Like, I think the we can check the area because obviously, if we want to get into the house, we will need him to be there. I don't want to get on his bad side by not breaking in, but making myself at home. So
Well, you would know about probable cause too. So if you find a reason to get in there around there.
yeah.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
So if you if you were to hear a cry of distress as you were passing by the house, you would have probable cause. If you saw like a blood stain on the window, you would have probable cause, those sort of things. So you could go
Okay.
ahead and do that without a a search warrant and without his, like express permission, and it wouldn't be a big thing then, at least legally. He'd still be pissed off, but
Okay, so we can search around the house.
Yeah, you could definitely take a walk around the house without it being a problem, for sure. Take a
Okay,
look.
this is something Judith we do.
Okay. And Mariela, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go with her. Again, I'm just gonna kind of stick to what I know. I'm gonna be thinking about wildlife and things that could pose a threat to Judith, and myself, of course, but also, potentially, if I saw like, I don't know, brown recluse spiders or something.
Yep. Or
you know,
evidence of a rattler under the house.
or yeah, maybe I could use that as like, I don't know, like a reason to pull John's attention or something. I don't know what else. I don't know what you would really do in that situation. Maybe hire
I think for what you're looking at and thinking about, why don't you go ahead and roll me survival, and then you just go ahead and roll me search.
Yes, I got a 34 under 60.
I got the look. I got 69 under 70, I think.
Nice.
Yep, 70.
Right. So, Judith, one of the things that you notice as you go around the house is that there's definitely a disturbing lack of, anything out of place. This is a man who lives very simply, very, he doesn't have a lot of frills to his existence. You notice like the outbuildings and, and the greenhouse where Richard is with him right now. But as you do a walk around this little house, there's not much room for anything to be there that he wouldn't immediately notice. And you notice that there's absolutely nothing that's out of place. The windows look like they've been sealed for like forever, like he doesn't open them. Maybe if he gets stuffy in the house, he goes out on the porch. This is a real basic dude and living a real basic life. And you don't find anything that, that tingles your law enforcement spidey sense at all. Mariela, you don't see anything around the house. But you do see, as you're just kind of, like keeping an eye out, you see what looks like a coyote off in the distance. Just kind of watching you guys.
I stop and stare at it.
Yep. And it's a ways off, like, it's something that you had to roll to see. It's a little, tawny colored coyote against tawny colored earth out there, kind of further out on John Rope's ranch. And it's just watching you. But when you stare at it, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell because it's so far away, but you think it's just kind of looking at you right back, just stares at you right back. And then, when Judith kind of completes her circuit of the house and, sees you kind of stopped there watching this animal off in the distance, so just kind of does this sort of little, it looks like a head shake, and then it just turns and trots away.
All right. Would it be reasonable for me to have binoculars?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
I would be watching them, or watching it, I guess, through the binoculars. And then as it kind of walks away, I think I would have to just keep watching until like I physically could not see it anymore. I'm kind of transfixed by the idea with all this weird, mysterious coyote thing. Like part of me is expecting it to like fly. So I'm not letting go of it. I'm just like, I don't want to turn around and then
right. Yeah.
Out there.
Yeah. You keep watching it. You pull out your binoculars as it gets kind of even further away and it's getting hard to see. You pull out your binoculars, try and follow this animal. It just kind of starts walking in a very, particular direction, like fairly purposeful, fairly straight, just kind of goes that way. And then eventually it passes behind some bushes and then you lose sight of it and it's just not there anymore. And you kind of wait and try to scan around and you don't see it anymore.
Does it look like that's just like open land, or is there like houses and things over that direction?
There's nothing else that way particularly. It's kind of heading off. If you kind of like once you can't see it anymore and you're certain that it's not coming back out from behind that bush or whatever, and like, okay, it's gone. You kind of look up, you kind of look around, like the direction that it was going. It was kind of heading off towards, the low hills over there towards the Gila Mountains. But, right there it was basically just like that's still ranch land,
Okay.
res land that it was on at the time.
Alrighty. I'll put my binoculars down and go catch up with Judith, see what she's up to.
Yeah, so Judith, what do you make of that? Because you finished your like little walk around before Mariela has finished looking at whatever the heck she was looking at.
Mariela, what? And she's pointing at the direction that Mariela was looking at with her binocular. What's going on? Is there something, or were you just looking around? I didn't find anything around the house. I mean, it has no trinket whatsoever. The only weird thing, if we can call it weird, is that it seems like the windows were never really open. Like that house is closed in, but otherwise, it's what you expect from, I would say, that man when you look at him. So nothing weird. But you, what's up with the binocular?
Well, always try to be as prepared as possible, and I knew that we'd be out here, searching long, relatively flat in a lot of cases distances. And I saw a coyote out there, and maybe I'm letting this affect me too much, but I took a nice look at it, and I was, half waiting for it to maybe fade away, into thin air or something. But it went trotting off. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but I mean, it was like just staring at me. And when I looked back at it, it just kept on looking at me, regarding me the way a human might.
A human might, you say? Okay. Judith is scratching her head like, I won't say furiously. It's just I don't have another synonym, but she's clearly getting upset about the situation. Okay, so use on a car that was locked, a house with nothing, and now we have a coyote that starts back at okay. Do you think no, that's not good. She's kind of mumbling to herself, but should we follow the coyote or perhaps we should get Richard first? No? I mean,
Yeah,
she's kind of losing her step.
Yeah, so maybe we could kind of kill two birds with one stone, I suppose, if that's still your intention. In the meantime, Richard, John Rope is kind of moseyed on along. He doesn't do anything quickly. And he takes you over to his greenhouse and kind of shows you, what he's got. It's the summer, so there's not a lot that has to be grown in the greenhouse at this point, but he does have some like late summer plants that are in there, and it's just like a nice area that he can, have them all together and keep them watered. So he basically just has vegetables in there, nothing untoward. He's not grown pot or anything, which you would probably just like look for by default as a federal employee. He's got some peppers.
Okay, so nothing. I mean, I don't really know. Character doesn't really know much about plants, but I don't see any weird plants there.
No, nothing that looks weird, nothing that looks, out of the ordinary. And he kind of just like goes around and shows you like, yeah, these are my peppers. These make a good hot sauce.
You're pretty self-sufficient out here, aren't you?
And I try to be. The community looks after each other, but there's only so much that they're going to do for you. You got to take care of yourself too. You don't want to be a burden.
That's true. Does any of this community ever come out to your ranch?
No, not really, but I go visit in town.
Okay. Do you have a problem with coyotes around here?
No, I mean they're very opportunistic and they're fairly small, so they don't seem to bother the alpacas much. I mean, if there was one that was, I left it out and it was hurt or something, the coyote might get it, but we don't really have a lot of big predators out here, so that's nice.
Yeah, that's good. It's a good business out here. This is probably a silly question, but do you know if somebody could train a coyote?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I suppose if you got one as a pup and hand raised it, you could, get it to do some basic things, maybe, depending on its disposition. I mean, they're kind of they're canines, sort of. They're somewhat
So,
trainable.
so theoretically, it could act as a dog almost.
Almost, yeah. I mean, they're always going to be a little wild, but
Hmm. Well, I do thank you for showing us around, John. I hope we haven't wasted too much of your time today.
it's fine. As long as the chief says it's okay, I trust him.
Although it is interesting that you didn't you just took my word for it, though, I gotta say.
Well, that's what we do out here usually. I mean, if you are a federal agent and lying to me, that's, I
Yeah.
got bigger problems than,
Hmm. I mean, if I tried that in the city, I said I had authority on someone, they would have said, prove it.
yeah, well, I don't have anything to hide.
Um, well, in that case, can I plug my head into your house out there or no?
Sure. He'll walk with you. It looks kind of like, just like a full body sigh at that. He'll take you.
Yeah, I want to keep him in front of you. I stay behind him.
Yeah. He's an old slow man, so you're going real slow then. But
That's
yeah,
all right.
he'll
He's
he'll he'll
he's
uh go
he's
ahead and
capable of
open up
working his
his
ranch. He's not that old and slow.
yeah, he'll go open up his house and kind of lead you inside and it is, fairly Spartan, fairly basic, comfortable for the size that it is. But, you know, this is not a well-off man. This makes the Begays look very well off, you know.
Do I see evidence anyone else could have been sleeping there, like different sleeping arrangements?
Nope, definitely not. There's really only room for one.
Okay.
I mean, somebody could crash on his,
Yeah.
he has a recliner. Um, but there's not evidence of anybody else living there except him.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, and you don't get any vibes from him that anything's off. He's annoyed, uh, but you get that. Like
Yeah,
that
that's part of
that
the
makes
job.
yeah.
Uh, so John, it's probably I don't know where this is an insult, but why are the Begays so much better off than you if you're working the same land?
Well, there's four of them and they had their kids work in the ranch too. So
Ah, so it's just a numbers game.
yeah, it really is. I mean, that's why I said I do the alpacas. If they'd done alpacas too, they would have been even better off, I think.
So where'd you learn about these alpacas from?
He clearly looks like he's trying to think back. I don't know. There was a seller in from another res who said that if you're gonna do, like textiles, fibers to sell, alpaca are better because it's just, people will pay more for it. And so, I was getting on in years. This is about over a decade ago, and I converted over, and it's been a good thing because I think I wouldn't have been able to keep up this place otherwise.
I mean,
But
yeah, like
I think it's just a matter of, I have a smaller flock and I keep a lot closer eye on them. So if whatever was happening with the sheep over there was, you know, something that was trying not to be found, they'd have a harder time getting in my alpacas.
yeah, I wish they came over here, John, because it seemed weird that the sheep were targeted and not the alpacas. That's what set me off on this path.
Well, I also can almost see to the back of my property, from where I
Hmm.
am. This is a small ranch compared to the big A's place. So, and it's
You,
pretty flat. I mean, I don't know.
and you've never seen anyone weird out there or anything that didn't belong?
Nope. I mean,
Hmm. All
sometimes,
right.
a drifter will come along the highway or something like that, or people will pull off to turn around up the drive. But yeah, it's pretty quiet out here. I like it.
Yeah, I'm sitting there trying to think of some way to escalate, but I've got nothing. So,
Yeah, and I mean, he seems really relaxed. Like he seems to you like, he's
Mhm.
annoyed because he thinks you think he has something to hide, but he doesn't have anything to hide. That's the vibe you're getting, just
Yeah.
with your humans and with your
Hmm.
training.
So
I
I
mean,
was kind of
yeah, go
imagining these
ahead.
windows. I kind of imagine these windows were like grimy to the point where you couldn't
Yeah,
really see
yeah,
through them.
like I mean,
Through.
you could open them, but they just look like he never does.
Right, but as far as like the cleanliness of the window itself, would it block your visibility? Is there like layers of grime built up, or it's just that they just haven't been opened? Are they
I
clean?
mean, They're probably kind of dusty. Like he does not look like a man who does windows often.
Mhm.
This is the desert, so they're dusty. Not to the point where like you couldn't see something out there, but maybe to the point where like, if somebody was walking way, way out and you were just happening to be by your window, it would make you a little less likely to clock it. Sure.
All right, John, like I said, we were just checking some things off here. I will leave you alone this time and we will take our leave. You have a nice day now.
Yeah, you too. Good luck.
All right, then I'll exit to go to find the other two.
So did you two ladies decide you wanted to go out and take a walk around the property?
Judith was still focused on the coyote issue when Richard came back, I think. So she's still around. I don't know about Mariela.
Yeah, if we're waiting for Richard, that makes sense. I mean, I would go if Judith started looking around, but I'm not gonna push for that yet. I'm assuming we're trying to stay together.
Okay, so you're all back together now.
All right, well, John Rip seems pretty clean and calm. I couldn't find any reason to push him or anything. I don't really want to push him, but there's nothing here.
Well, he lives kind of minimal life, and there's nothing wrong with that. People have a tendency to collect things over the years, knickknacks and so forth. I mean, this guy looks like he doesn't do anything except just sit in a chair and watch his alpaca or feed him, whatever. I mean, it looks like he doesn't really keep up with much aside from that. Seems
Yeah.
kind of weird and hire some help.
Richard, so you've been inside, like
Mhm.
so you actually looked inside the house. When Mariela says that, what comes back to your mind from like your little look around is, he has a few books. He has a radio, it looks like he sits and reads at night, listens to the radio maybe. Yeah, so, and he has a few knickknacks inside, just like really not a lot, he's definitely not a collector of anything or, a hoarder or anything like that. Fairly Spartan, but it's not like to the point where you found it odd, Like if somebody lives such a regimented life that they've never picked up, a sentimental object in all their days at his age, you probably would have been tweaked by that a little bit. But no, it doesn't look like that. It just looks like he's not a man who collects a lot of sentimental objects, but there were a few things in there.
Yeah, the inside of the house was pretty bare too. He's either the most boring man alive or he's very, very good at hiding whatever he's doing out here.
I mean, I know he said he watches them. He went over and when we first checked out the other ranch across the way there, the Begay ranch there, and he seemed fine. I didn't pick up anything weird about him, but now that he's over here, I mean, are coyotes afraid of alpaca because they're tall?
He said they just leave him alone. I don't know. He didn't say. He said he had no problems with them.
Because I saw a coyote when I was out here with Judith while you were over there at the greenhouse, and it was just staring at me. It didn't lower its head and trot away or anything. It just stared at me. And when I looked back at it and looked at it through my binoculars, it just held its gaze until finally deciding to trot off in the opposite direction. Probably when Judith came up.
That's interesting. I personally believe that there is a trained coyote that's being used by our killer, but if John is the killer, then it'd be around his ranch. That would make sense. Otherwise the killer is out there with the coyote in the desert somewhere.
I mean, either thing sounds crazy, but the fact that you mentioned a trained coyote or something, and the fact that this man was not suffering the same fate, despite the fact that coyotes are clearly passing through his property. I mean, it just, I mean, as crazy as it sounds, I mean, is he out there 24/7 watching them? Or is it that the coyotes are friendly to him for some reason?
You guys kind of go back, because you've all kind of done some walk around here,
Mhm.
Richard's been inside. So on this thought about like trained coyote, all your brains kind of go back over what you've seen so far. You definitely don't see any evidence anywhere on this guy's property that he's feeding an animal other than his alpacas.
Okay.
He doesn't have a dog. He doesn't have like a little dish set out or anything like that. He doesn't have any food in his house. It looks like it's not people food.
Oh, Mariela, do you think it's worthwhile to track this coyote? Perhaps it has a den out there that it's set up instead? Because I don't see any proof that it's here.
I will admit my curiosity has got the best of me, but zooming back out to the big picture, what does that accomplish? Are we suggesting that the coyote is killing people, full size human beings with guns and motor vehicles, and somehow getting them to leave their survival tools behind and fight the coyote on its own terms? Are we suggesting?
I have no idea what to suggest. They just, if we can prove it, then we can figure out what to suggest. Because if there's a trained coyote running around and it's on his property, then it's John Rope, and then we know it's John Rope. We can point everything towards him and build a case.
You're in charge. I'll gladly do my best to track its movement.
All right. Do you have any opinion on this, Judith?
Can we be reminded of when Mariela was looking at the coyote? The coyote was how far? It was on the property? It was on a
It was
hill?
on, yep, it was on the property. So it was, like eye distance away, but kind of barely.
Okay.
You guys. Yeah. And so it was on John Rope's property then, because, he has a big enough ranch that like you can't quite see the edge of it.
Okay.
It's small compared to the gaze though.
So I turned to Richard. Well, we didn't check the property with Mariela. We did the outdoor of the house, and then there was that coyote. So I would suggest that we at least go in the direction of where the Mariela saw the coyote to see if there's something. We haven't checked the ground anyway, so perhaps, I don't know, if we're lucky or unlucky, there might be a grave over there or something. So
Yeah, I think tracking that coyote is our best step right now. And if it turns up nothing, oh well, we go. Yeah. A lot of leads turn up to nothing in investigations, which is part of the course.
So you head off into John Rope's property, kind of do, kind of what you came here to do, a walk around, see if there's anything buried out here, maybe. Like you said, once you got here and kind of looked it around, it's small compared to the Big A Ranch. But, now you've seen a coyote, so you can at least go where it was going. You head out that way. Marielle is probably leading the way because she knows where this coyote was. Kind of taking a look around. Why don't you go ahead and give me either search or alertness, whichever is better for you guys.
Okay.
As you head out there.
I will roll alertness. 22 under 50, which I believe is a critical
success. Yeah.
And for me, whether it's search or alertness is the same, 70, and I roll a 74. So
No.
I got 47 under 60.
Excellent. Okay. So Mariela, you are able to, track, even though you've probably looked away from there by now, but you know where this coyote was, the bush that it disappeared behind. So you head towards that pretty unerringly. And you're able to kind of like pick up its tracks from where it was like sitting watching you and kind of follow that.
Alrighty.
So you're heading that way and you get the lot of you to sort of where you last saw it before it kind of disappeared. And what you don't find is any sort of hole in the ground or anything like that. There's this little clump of bushes and then it just disappeared and you didn't see it after that. And you can't tell where it went because the tracks also do end there. However, Richard, when you get about to where Mariela has been leading you to, you see, and you've been kind of following this line of where the coyote was heading from where she saw it to where she, last couldn't see it anymore after that. And so you're following along that kind of track and your eyes just kind of automatically go, like looking for where the tracks would continue, right? Because it's been kind of heading in a certain direction. And up about, another 100 yards away, you see It looks like a dead lizard of some kind.
All right, I will immediately alert Mariela about the lizard corpse. That's, I would expect her to take care of it, not me.
So you go towards that, you walk. And you guys are getting towards where like you can see the fence line of John Rope's property at this point, like coming up pretty soon. And you get to this lizard that is dead, and you see a dead Gila monster is what you see. I mean, Mariela can tell you that's what it is. If
Alrighty.
you don't know.
Mariela,
Um,
were you warning me about lizards when we first met?
there's all kinds of dangerous animals out here. Fortunately for us, the Gila monster is large and it's pretty easy to see. But they can do a number on you for sure. This one here is clearly dead, so if I advise if you see any moving, stay about as far away from him as you can.
All right, do you see any, I mean, did a coyote kill it? I would just say it straight out.
Yep, coyote did kill it.
I would imagine, yeah. It would. The question I would have is, does that normally occur a lot in nature? Because I don't know.
It can, it definitely can.
Mariela, aren't these opportunists and scavengers? I believe wouldn't they eat the dead, not kill? Like
Well,
very amateur knowledge.
I mean, yeah, but a lot about what we were seeing kind of defies conventional understanding.
That's true.
I hate to say it, but the tracks appear to disappear here as well. Of course, I lost visual on it when it did so. Seeing this, knowing that there was no accomplice to it, I mean, we're back to flying coyote again.
Yeah.
And with your critical success, Richard, I just want to let you know that like you kind of look further onward and you see, like your eye goes to where the fence is, right? So like you're within easy visual of the fence line, and then you think you see something just beyond that, again in line with the way this coyote was going.
Mariela, I think something is further out there. It's perhaps watching us.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out those binoculars and try to get a glimpse of it before it disappears.
Yeah, no, so you look where Richard's pointing and you see, like, some kind of animal just beyond the fence. And when you get your binoculars out and you take a look, that's another dead Gila monster.
Nice. I'm like, what the hell? It looks like another dead Gila monster.
Yeah.
And it's they're being killed purposely, apparently.
Yep, killed, dropped, and they're also kind of like pointed in a line with the way the coyote was walking.
I feel like remember the people were lured? Are we being lured right now? Does anyone else get that feeling?
Yes, but not in the same. This is different, right?
I draw my pistol.
I mean, we're in the daytime. We're not the nighttime. I mean, how many people do you think are pulling over on the side of the road because they see a dead Gila monster and then following?
Well, it could be we're looking for something, we're given something. It doesn't matter what the specific something is.
Sure, I just don't. I don't think this is. I don't think this is how people were being led to their death. I mean, maybe it's how we will be, but I mean, think about it. Would a boy with a shotgun, looking to protect his flock of sheep in the nighttime, go kicking around following Gila monster corpses?
No, but
I think we're being. I want to go see what this is about. I mean,
we're gonna look, but everyone needs to have their guns out. Do you have a firearm, Mariela?
Of course.
All right, Agent Henson, please draw your sidearm.
Don't worry, it's already out. I'm getting stressed.
I was saying like, oh, all right. Just stay alert, everyone.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who wants to go find what this is.
Oh, I absolutely want to see you, Mariela, but I feel like we're being lured. That's my instinct, and I'm gonna fire if I need to.
I'll approach the Gila monster corpse.
Right, we'll follow at a good distance behind her.
Yep. And when you get there, you see, just like what you were seeing through your binoculars. It's a dead Gila monster. It's laid out like head to tail, kind of pointed toward the Gila Mountains. And yeah, it definitely was killed by a coyote. You know, it bit it in the neck, left it for you. No coyote footprints though, but definitely a coyote kill. Just kind of dropped and left for you.
If you just leave the prints, you don't have to keep killing every lizard in the desert.
Or pooping in our cars.
Or pooping in their cars.
So if you climb over the fence line, and you kind of just like continue in that direction, is that what you guys want to do?
If there's, so it's pointing, so just go in direction it's pointing, I guess.
Yeah, keep moving, yes. Hop over that fence.
Mm-hmm.
You get, about, I want to say like, you were finding these like there was like one at 100 yards, and then there was one at like 300 yards, at the fence line. You do not see another lizard corpse. You do eventually see another coyote turd right in line with where you're heading. If you're keeping going like this, so, maybe about 1,000 yards into the desert. And yeah, but you're not seeing any further evidence, but from up in the hills somewhere, you hear what might be the sound of a coyote howl.
Oh, this is great. Okay, shouldn't we call someone before we go any further? I don't want to act paranoid, but this is too convenient, isn't it? And we might not be led to our death, but it's still, shouldn't we at least warn the chief before going further?
Yeah, perhaps you can call the chief and I'll call
Yeah,
Major
I'm gonna-
Garrett.
yeah.
You'll get both
Let's do that.
sides alerted.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
feel like if you kept going in that direction, obviously eventually at some point, if you like went past the mountains, you'd be out of the res, but you were heading deeper into the res at that point. So
Okay, what time of the day it is? Like Monday. What the hell? Morning, afternoon?
yeah, you're still it's probably like, mid-morning by now.
Okay, that's fine. And in terms of what we see, because so we go further into the reserve, is it like what I picture like a reserve to be? So plenty of land to see far, far away, or is there like many trees, things like that? I'm sorry, I just can't picture.
It's fairly open desert. I mean, there is
Okay.
some trees and cactus and scrub brush at various points. It becomes open land beyond, John Rope's
Okay.
range. But when you get up into like, it kind of looks like it was pointing you up into the Gila Mountains, so that would be rocky and, it goes up and you don't necessarily have like, open land at that point.
Okay, so it's pointing toward that. Mariela, how safe would it be to go over there?
Well, if we're talking safety, for sure, we definitely should turn around before we get too tired out here in the desert. I don't know about you, but I always bring water with me. She holds up a little BP-free water bottle, probably a 32-ounce size or something. But you really should be prepared if you're going to make a trek into the desert of any significant length.
That makes sense, but we're going by foot. I feel like perhaps this would be easier if we took our cars back and safer too. We will cover more distance this way as well. I don't know if it's possible to get by car over there, though. That's the question. In terms of type of land, is it drivable or no?
Yeah, you feel like if you you probably do want to call that into the chief then if you're gonna like take a car out onto Resland. But yeah, you definitely can go quite a ways with your vehicle. There probably would be points at which if you're going up into the hills and mountains that the car would no longer make it. Mariela's car would at some points not be able to pass in certain places, but definitely like to get up to, where it gets rocky and hilly, for sure. Yeah, it's all drivable.
I turn to Agent Sappington. So obviously we can go over there, but I feel it would be safer to first be prepared, as Marielle say. We don't have enough water and things like that. We need to warn someone in case something happened. I mean, there has been murder. There's like some weird coyote, whatever it is, going on a rampage. So what do you say? Do we just keep going? If you think that's the best, I will follow. But personally, I think we need to come back a little bit more prepared.
I hate to admit it, you're probably right. We should go up there with some resources on us because Mariela is ready, but we're not for this trek.
Yeah, we're not. We just have guns. I don't even have a water bottle with me. It's in the car.
Yeah, are your vehicles four-wheel drive?
I would
Yeah,
imagine
the
so.
the sedan would be, but it probably doesn't have like the clearance that yours does. Like yours is gonna handle, uneven ground a lot better than
Hmm.
their government sedan does.
Sure. Yeah. Because there's you got to be really careful driving on sand. You can get stuck very very quick,
Mm.
very easily. So you'll just be aware that if we're having any sort of problems, we have to turn around.
Okay. Okay. So let's do that then. Let's come back to car, warn people, and get at least water. It's
Yeah.
kind of desert after all. And I guess after we follow the white coyote trail or something.
Mariela, being the ranger that you are, you kind of take a bearing, and you kind of take a reading on where you're at and where you're pointed before you guys turn back. So you can kind of find where you need to go.
Right.
And when you guys head back to, like to the ranch and to where your vehicles are parked in John Rope's, well, what passes for a drive, dirt track, he's still over there. He's back feeding his alpacas and he says, "Everything okay? Did you find something?"
We believe we're on the trail of something, yeah.
Oh, all right then. On my land?
It leads off of your land. I think it was just moving through your land.
Oh, okay. Some kind of, is there an unusual predator or something? Is that what did the sheep?
We believe it's just a coyote. It was you. It's odd because you said you don't have problems with them.
No, they usually don't attack, larger animals unless like they have a particularly good opportunity.
Hmm. Yeah,
I guess we'll see.
I don't really trust this, so being perfectly
Right? Yeah.
purposely not talking too much.
Yeah. It's like, okay. Saw a coyote.
But I think I'll
Like,
start matching
I
his.
don't understand what bearing that has on your face, but okay, you do you, Feds.
I'm probably matching his demeanor. I'm just being very calm and quiet.
Yeah.
And
So you guys get back to your vehicles. And by the way, when you two get to your vehicle,
oh God, now what?
yeah, there's a little manila folder stuck on your windshield under the windshield wiper.
A what?
Yeah, there's a little manila folder there.
Oh,
And
a folder, you said, right?
All right, I'll grab it and look inside.
Oh
yeah,
boy.
so inside there is a clipping of an article from a magazine and a handwritten note in block print. Give those to you right now. More handouts.
Ask if there was turds in there. I guess I got something better.
Oh, yeah. This does not seem the same at all.
No, it's much better. Things we're looking at.
What's your article?
Alrighty. Okay, I grab it and I just kind of surprised and irritated to read out loud. Spectacular meteor shower provides unexpected surprise for West Virginia astronomy enthusiasts. The month of January has proved to be one both of excitement and puzzlement for astronomers, amateur or otherwise, in the state of West Virginia. For several evenings, skywatchers there were treated to an increasingly dazzling display of color and light, which culminated in a spectacular display, observable on the 18th of that month. Professor Matthew DeVries of the University of West Virginia's Department of Physics was among the many keen observers of those days. It's the kind of thing you hope to see, but all too rarely do, he commented. If you can forgive the hyperbole, it literally was like the 4th of July on that last night, although there was a marked tendency for the vapor trails observed to appear to be of a greenish hue, which is quite unusual in meteors. He added, I have observed the Lunarose and other swarms in action in the past, and they can be quite dramatic given the right conditions. But this fall was of another order entirely. The layperson may not realize, but a lot of meteor activity can be predicted. The fact that this fall was not expected and was so spectacular is what makes this so exciting for us. Professor DeVries and his fellow members of the Association of American Astronomy have been presented with a unique opportunity to categorize their find. It seems that the majority of the meteor fragments came to Earth in the Tecumseh County, and Professor DeVries and his fellow staff at the university hope to examine some small fragments which have apparently been located by residents of that country. I just thought, and I'm like, "Oh, what the hell does this have to do with anything?"
What the hell, indeed? You do have a strange note.
I look over to it and I read this one.
Mhm.
So, first it was Mac Tooley of Tecumseh, West Virginia. Dr. Brenton Clark autopsized Tooley, quit his jobs, moved to Nashville, Tennessee, and disappeared. Okay. Then it was Father Wheeler Franklin of St. Bartholomew Shelter for the Homeless in Nashville, Tennessee, until he committed seppuku. It is right on seppuku. Then it was Elia Jackson, who used to live at St. Bartholomew, but in New Orleans French Quarter. David Charles killed Jackson's, moved to Houston, and disembowels himself in a hotel room. Braverman was not the first. He won't be the last. Then I hand the note back to Agent Sappington, looking quite shaken.
It's interesting that you said seppuku. Why would somebody use the Japanese word for suicide?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask this outside of herpy. Was it right on seppuku in the note, or is it to avoid the other word?
No, I think that's our clue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to make sure, because
That's what I'm
I know
getting at.
it's used on the internet as an alternative to the word suicide. So
I don't think
Yeah, no.
security shies
This-
away from it.
This game would not give a shit about that.
yeah,
It comes back to your mind,
okay.
all of you at the same time. Evelyn Johnson on the phone to you saying, Braverman did it to himself. He did it to himself, meaning he disemboweled himself.
Damn. Oh yeah, I remember what seppuku is now. Yeah, never mind what I said just now. I remember.
Could be a pattern, maybe.
What will bring a man to disembowel themselves? Like,
So if we're to take these at face value, this meteor shower happens, somebody goes crazy, and then they kill themselves.
yeah, that would be the only track right now, but that's still absolutely out of this world. I mean, I don't know. It's just I don't know what to say. The seppuku thing. I mean, it's in like not tradition and things like that, but it has happened before. But the disembowelment is like I don't know.
Well, sure, it just jumped out at me because Father Willard Franklin doesn't sound very Japanese to me, so it's odd that the word seppuku would be in his that he would have committed seppuku. I guess this is what I'm getting at.
I feel like it's a stretch to go.
So it's possible that the person who wrote this note is Japanese,
I mean, that's a possibility, but for me, that would be.
which would certainly stand out among Native Americans and the white people in this place. I'm gonna call over to John Rope and said, "Did you see anyone?"
Huh? Oh, no.
And just let it my breath. He's not very observant.
Right. So you're like, oh, there could have been all kinds of people here.
He's
You
just a
just wouldn't
chill
know.
guy.
I think there was somebody that maybe came up and turned around.
Yeah.
That would have been nice.
All over in a
Tell us.
vehicle or on foot?
Oh, in a vehicle, if that was the case. I was getting another bag of feed. I didn't see who it was, if they were there.
Great. This is just great. Okay, so aside from all this, we have to call the station. And do we still go follow the weird coyote after this new find? I
Well,
mean, find.
Don't you guys have to do like forensics on that?
You certainly can. So that wouldn't be very hard at all to just try and like dust this for prints. I can tell you right now. You guys are very competent. You find absolutely nothing on this. These are pristine. They're untouched. So whoever left this for you, you get the feeling they didn't want to be found themselves. And with the forensics that you guys have and the training, I mean, neither of you are handwriting specialists. If you had some, like, these are potential people that might have written this, I have suspicions about, and samples of their handwriting. And then this, very block written thing that is clearly trying to, be block written. and then, you compare the two with a handwriting expert, you might be able to figure out. But barring that, you're like, I'm not going to be able to tell who wrote this.
Hmm.
Whoever this is didn't want you to know who they were.
Yeah, I kind of assumed that, so I just kind of perfunctorily performed my task when she said that, looking at it. Yeah, I think we still have to go into those mountains. Can
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you have
But
several things you can do at this point. So you can go off into the res to try to follow a coyote's trail that maybe or maybe doesn't exist. Um, you could check back in with Evelyn. You could follow up these names. You could do all of those things in whatever order.
okay, so I feel like if we go for the coyote, we do have to um can you remind me, so we left in the morning, it's still like late
Mid-morning,
morning,
yeah.
right? Okay,
Yeah, it's
okay.
like maybe getting close to 10 a.m. right now.
Okay.
The one
Before
thing
we
to say about that, though, is that if you head off now, you're going to be in the heat of the day. So you definitely want to be, hats, water bottles, things like that if you're
mm,
going to
oh,
walk
we're
around.
definitely not heading off right now.
do we have hats in our car? Agent Sappington, are we ready? Do you think?
There's no way I have a hat in my car. I wasn't
Okay,
expecting
so
to.
I would suggest we go back to the station to report, see if there's any news from Evelyn. Prepare for whatever is out there and go. But we cannot go right now. We're just going to die, not kill, but die of the heat or something. So
Yeah, this doesn't change our plan. We were already coming back to resupply and get resources for this. We should continue on. We just have a couple more questions to ask now, I suppose.
definitely.
All
Uh,
right,
what
Mariela.
what university? University of West Virginia. Um, sorry. I'm trying to figure. The note here said West Virginia, didn't it?
Hmm.
Okay, so they found the fragments in Tecumseh. This is clearly trying to give us some idea of why that's relevant. This clipping here. And then everybody this note is mentioning appears to be people traveling long distances, not just being led into the desert, but moving across straight state lines and then apparently killing themselves. I don't know what any of these other people have to do with anything all the way up until Braverman. He wasn't the first, he won't be the last. I'm assuming these others were first, but why do we need to know about Willard Franklin and Elijah Jackson and David Charles? Is this person trying to lead us on a goose chase? Because it seems like they're connecting some dots for us. Or
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, Mariela, I think you're onto something, but I think perhaps they were chasing this meteor shower.
that's what
This,
it said. It sounds like the meteor shower is definitely related, but when it mentions all these different individuals, right? We have a shelter for homeless in Nashville, Tennessee, right? These meteor showers. It's clearly not simply that, right? It's people are leaving the area and spreading this.
that's
Uh,
true.
I just don't know. I just don't know if we should be looking into Elijah. Should we be looking into Willard Franklin, or should we just keep our focus here?
Well, I'd say we'd keep our focus here, but maybe we can ask a few questions, the people to look this up for us.
Yeah, you guys, you federal agents know that with a few quick phone calls or searches, you could probably find some information on these names if there was any information to be found.
Hmm. Yeah, Marielle, when we get back to the substation, we'll make a few phone calls and see what comes out of them. But I think, yeah, our focus should remain here, and unfortunately, we just have to go up on that mountain and take a look ourselves.
Hmm.
Okay, so your first stop is to all head back to the police substation, right?
Well, are we able to get Evelyn's information there, or do we have to go to the hospital?
You can have it brought over to you if you want. Yeah, he can send a deputy over to grab it.
Then, yeah, we'll go back to the substation to regroup.
All right, so you get back to the police substation. Chief Colorados is there. He's, got the phone, in the crook of his neck, and he's also like been, clearly feeding the fax machine for a while. So there was a lot of forensic evidence that he's been sending on for you. He's like, "We're back. Did you find anything?"
Chief, I think John Rip's the most unobservant man who ever lived.
Yeah, well, but we think maybe that the gays were missing for a few days before he figured out that they were missing and called it in. So yeah, that might be. He's old.
Hmm. I still think he's a suspect.
John? He looks really like surprised. I don't think he could have done any of that.
Well, I don't want him to have done it, but it just something about it just rubs me the wrong way.
A coyote howls from outside, by the way. And he like reacts to that. He looks up, he looks around. So you're not the only one who just heard that.
Oh, great. Great. There's coyote outside, but have you got anything for us? Please.
I mean, not yet. The feds are running those prints right now. I asked them to expedite it on your behalf. They probably would have taken it more seriously coming from you, but they do know that this is a big case, so they said they'd give it their best shot. Get those back to us quickly. So we should have that in maybe another hour or so. I haven't heard from the hospital yet, but it's about that time, isn't it? That your ME said she'd be done with her results. So if you want, I can have somebody go grab those
Yeah, we'd appreciate it. We came back here to regroup and get some supplies.
supplies. He
Yeah.
waves a deputy over and he like says, gives him like the order to go over to the hospital, see Evelyn, grab her results, bring them over.
There was a trail of Gila monster corpses, and they led to the Gila Mountains. And that's where we believe our investigation is where we need to go, I guess I should say.
Okay,
And it's
to the Gila Mountains. I think
yeah,
that's
instead of just going up there, we realized that we didn't have supplies, so that's why we came back.
Gila monster corpses.
Yeah, those big lizard things. I don't know. I've never seen one in person
It
before.
just seems looks like he's like, not getting why this is significant.
Oh, he's like,
Are they
right.
drained of blood too?
I think they were just killed by coyotes for some reason.
Okay, he pales at that.
And I see him paling, and I'm just gonna keep pushing it. They were pointing that direction, and we followed these pointing corpses, and they led to the Gila Mountains. And then remembering that people were being lured away, I kind of felt we were being lured away and told to go into these mountains. And then I stopped and look at him.
That's there's just so many things about this that are seeming really weird. And I kind of wish, that I had the medicine men here to hand because I would honestly like to ask them at this point what is going on because I feel like I don't have answers.
No, I believe there's a trained coyote that this person is employed.
A trained coyote?
Yeah,
That would be difficult.
I asked John Rope, and he said if you trained him from a pup, that would be possible. Maybe wild, perhaps, but still possible.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, like, did you see any people footprints out there? Because coyote on its own is not gonna, you know, if it's not being chaperoned, it's not gonna just leave something that it's killed for you to find and not eat it. That was what was so weird about, with the sheep that we found, that a coyote or a bunch of coyote would do all of that work and then not, get the food from it. That's
Yeah, because it was told not to by its trainer, its handler.
totally not natural, probably.
Well, I don't think anything about this case is really making sense until we get into those mountains and find what's there. Which, speaking of, this is a weird question. Is there a meteor shower that's happened around here recently? Or,
Shower? No. No, let me think.
well, you would know as the chief, is there any people coming in looking for, like, what's the word? I think back to the newspaper, astronomy enthusiast?
Oh, no. Yeah, and actually the res would be like a really good place to like stargaze if you wanted to, but nothing like that recently.
Okay.
No.
Well, I kind of just gonna walk off to make the call to the feds
Mhm.
about to look at this stuff, the names
Yeah.
on that letter, that note.
Go ahead and roll me bureaucracy.
Oh boy, what do I got for that? Just debate. Uh, bureaucracy is 40. Alrighty, it's rolling up well. I got a 04, so 4. Oh
Okay.
crap.
All right, yeah. Yeah, there the person you're talking to at the bureau, it's like an analyst, is like, a couple of those names I think ring a bell. Yeah, yeah. I don't think it was anything that was ever on our plate, but that. Hold on, I'll get right back to you. I'll fax you a couple of things, okay?
All right, no problem.
And then thankfully, about now, the chief is done with the fax machine, so you give the fax number for the substation.
Okay.
And then you get a couple of articles faxed over to you with a cover sheet that says, yeah, this is what immediately came to mind. If this bears fruit and you want me to check further into these things, just call back, let me know.
All right.
The cover sheet says, and get you a couple articles.
Hey, Judith.
I'm reading oh boy, just the title. Okay, so oh my god. Okay, I have the first paper in mind. I'm kind of reading through diagonally and then looking at Mariela and Richard, and I sigh. Okay, guys, this is not getting any better, but suicidal murder suspect may have had cannibalistic tendency. I give them a pointed look. The shocking case of Tecumseh County resident Mac Turley has taken another sinister twist with the revelation that his autopsy is thought to have revealed traces of human blood and tissue in his digestive tract. Readers will recall that Mr. Tully, a popular local woodsman and guide, shot himself in the head with a Colt 45 automatic when police attempted to arrest him at his cabin in connection with the murder of an unidentified John Doe, whose corpse was discovered in horrifying circumstance by local teenagers. As this paper has previously reported, the bloodless and mutilated corpse of the unidentified man, thought to be a vagrant who had been in the area for a matter of days, was found naked, with the exception of a few trash bags wrapped about his person, and hanging from a tree not far from a local beauty spot near to Lowry. Suspicion quickly fell on Mr. Tooley, as he was identified as having been the last person to have been observed with the victim. Unofficial sources close to this paper can now confirm that Mr. Tooley's autopsy has revealed results strongly indicative of cannibalism. No substance have been located which could have accounted for Mr. Tooley's inexplicable change in behavior. Sheriff Ted Robinson and Lowry County Medical Examiner Brenton Clark were said to be unavailable for comment on this development as of the time of going to press. Lowry County Chronicle, March 5, 19... this is great. Now we have cannibal around.
All right, then I will grab the next one and say, county officials surprised and disappointed by a sudden departure of respected and valued medical examiner. The recent resignation of Dr. Brenton Clark, who has held the post of Lower Erie County Medical Examiner for the past 14 years, was completely unexpected, according to country officials who are now seeking to appoint a replacement. This paper understands that Dr. Clark did not notify his employers of his intentions in writing, nor serve his contractual notice period, but instead informed them of his decision verbally, adding that he intended to relocate to Nashville with immediate effect. Colleagues of Dr. Clark took the time to express their own surprise at the manner and timing of his departure, and also their regret in losing his professional skills, although they made it clear that they wished him well in all his future endeavors. This is also from the Lower County Chronicle. So this guy, is he one of our people that dropped everything and left, then did horrible things too? His name is not on that paper, I don't believe.
No, I'm looking, but... autopsy Tole. No. Not that I recall. She kind of, Judith kind of have a passing thought about our own, I forgot her first name, our own medical examiner.
Evelyn?
That, Evelyn, thank you, Evelyn, that during the last phone call we had with her, she seemed very distraught about whatever she had found. And Judith kind of look at the last paper that Agent Sappington read. This is This is strange. This make me think of Evelyn. You know, when we called her last, she seemed very upset, like something that's never happened, something that scared her. And look at this, Dr. Brenton Clark quit his job from completely unexpected. So this is not the first time that a medical examiner finds something so strange in an autopsy that they get either upset or quit. So I really hope we get to hear from Evelyn soon. There has to be something. I don't know, cannibalistic?
Yeah, I would like to call that person I was talking to back.
Mhm. Oh, hey, yeah. So was that helpful? I don't know.
That was very helpful. It matched a lot of things we found. I wanted to ask, do you have anything on this Dr. Brenton Clark and his resignation?
No, that was what I found.
Okay.
Doing a search through the system, my sources. I can call them up, or you can. But I mean, that was a little while ago. Um, yeah.
Yeah, can you look into him? I just want to see what became of him after his resignation. Did he settle into a new life or did he, commit murders?
Yeah. Okay.
And you can fax it to us here at the substation, whatever you
Alrighty.
find.
Sure thing.
All right.
Um,
I appreciate it. And I hang up.
all right. And while, that's happening, one of the deputies from the tribal police comes back in, carrying a folder and a recorder, and comes over and hands that, to you directly, Richard. And it says,
All right, I take
yeah,
it.
so your Emmy, she said that I needed to give this directly to you and nobody else. And then she said that she got a call from, you know, from back in Phoenix that her dad just had a heart attack and was in the hospital. And, she looked pretty out of sorts already. So she left you, she said a note in there that she is afraid that she won't be able to continue helping. She'll be back in a couple of days if you still need her, but she needs to go back to Phoenix. So,
Ah, well, that's a shame, but I understand.
but she looked pretty shaken. Yeah,
Yeah, we'll get in touch with her later and talk to her and
just
see
her
if
dad or
we can do
whatever.
anything.
That's what I said. She looked like she just faced something she's never faced in her career. And now we have another medical examiner who was shaken enough that, I mean, perhaps he was not shaken, but he did leave the job unexpectedly. So let's see what she has for us. Perhaps there's something.
Yeah, so the one thing that she hadn't confirmed for you yet, in her, quick rundown on the phone, was you asked her to check the stomach contents and see if there was, evidence that Braverman had been eating people. And she did find some of that, it looks like, when you open her report. So you have the full rundown, the whole toxicology, that you guys can look over at your leisure, but it confirms what she was telling you, the strange things that she found in both of the victims, um, the fact that Braverman was, probably self-disemboweled based on, like the angles of things, and that he also had a previous injury in that same place that, then was just made wider when he killed himself. And the most disturbing point up until she, began looking at the stomach contents was the fact that, yeah, that it kind of looked like, even though it was a very deep wound and not something that should be self-treated, and certainly as a police officer, not a thing you would think someone would be doing, but it looked like he sewed himself back up from that original injury. It was something that, again, angles and, the way it was done looked like a doctor would have done it, but the angle was all wrong for if you were on a table being worked on. So her findings were, this looked like somebody doing it to themselves with their own hands.
Oh, this is getting better and better. So you confirmed that she found that he was eating people, right?
Yep.
Okay.
The stomach
see.
contents showed that.
So those articles that were sent through the fax are arrived just in time. So we have some sort of cannibalistic trail to follow, but meteor
Yes.
shower, cannibalistic
The same
tendency,
things keep popping up. We just don't understand what all these together mean.
trained coyote. This makes absolutely no sense.
Yes, that's a fair point, Judith. None of these other papers mention any sort of animals being used. The coyote is definitely different in our investigation.
So we should follow that, right? I mean, that's new.
You hear the sound of a fax coming through.
Oh, you better believe I just hop right over there.
Yeah.
Okay, new paper. All right, let's see.
Yeah, your analyst friend has a little cover letter that says, "Here you go. This is the last of what I found on Dr. Brenton Clark."
All right. Police seek assistance from public after brutal slaying. Law officers were today conducting door-to-door inquiries in hope of gaining any leads following a grim discovery yesterday morning in an apartment complex in Elliston Place area of the city. Officers and officials are understood to have been called to the scene after the discovery in his newly rented apartment of the body of a man now subsequently identified as Dr. Brenton Clark, a former resident of Lower Erie, West Virginia, who was thought to have been relocated to Nashville in only the last week or so. Dr. Clark is understood to have suffered a particularly vicious assault, and while the authorities are officially talking in terms of stab wounds, it's understood privately that disembowelment would perhaps be a more accurate term for the horrific injuries afflicted. At the moment, we are pursuing all lines of inquiry and hope to bring the person responsible to the vicious murder to justice as soon as possible, said a spokesperson for the Nashville PD Homicide Division. There it is again, Judith, again and again.
I'm worried about Evelyn now. Okay, so I don't know what to make of it. We have disembowelment, massive suicide, murder, meteor shower, trained coyote, cannibalistic. I don't know about you, Sappington, but I never had anything like that, and I'm guessing Mariela that you never had anything like that around the reserve, right? This is like someone just took random word, put them together, and decided to make a horrible story.
Yep, it just keeps coming up and up, I guess. Like I said, we've got to get to that mountain. We've got to find that coyote. I don't understand why a coyote is leading us, but a coyote is leading us all the same. We got to follow the trail.
You think a coyote is leading you somewhere?
Yes, yes, I do.
Oh.
Which is why I believe it's a trained coyote, because it doesn't make sense that it would just be a coyote on its own doing this.
Where did that paper? Where do you think that paper came from? From that handwritten?
Oh, that's right, Chief. Did you see any? I don't know. I don't like bringing race into everything, but did you see a Japanese man or a woman running around? I mentioned they would stand out quite well.
No, we haven't. We certainly
Okay.
haven't had anyone like that around here.
Okay, well, it's just a long shot. Just in this note, it was very odd that they used the word seppuku, which I don't understand why that word would be in there.
He
Well,
kind of like takes a look at the note that you have.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird.
but they also use the term disembowelment. I think it's an attempt to sort of disguise any sort of pattern in their language and writing. So that's what's, well, I say it's all freaking me out, but it's freaking me out that we have an intelligent enough to cover its tracks, enough to do this note in this way, but yet it's feeding us information. So is it trying to help us? Right? Why do this at all if you're going to go through so much? Right. But I can't help notice that this piece of paper is torn out of something. So it's almost like that is a clue. They could have written this on a regular sheet of paper if they're this smart, if they're this good at covering their tracks, if they have all this information when we had nothing 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's why I believe we're being lured. When you say they don't need anything, that gives me a sick feeling, but they do need people to eat. Whoever's doing this.
Oh, right. But I mean, even if we're being lured, and I don't know, the coyote start to walk on two legs. It's the only track we have right now, aside from apparently cannibalistic tendency from people who never showed that and things like that. We have nothing to see here. We have to follow that white rabbit trail, I fear.
What I'm trying to get at here is the notebook at the Benet farm that had a ranch that had the notes written in it. Was any paper like torn out of there?
Oh, you're right. You're right. Good.
Because
Oh, I forget.
the coyote thing's freaking me out too. But what I'm trying to figure out is can we implicate John in this? Like he went over and got some paper and wrote this note and put it on your car.
Judith,
Right.
you processed the whole house. You look at that and you know that that's not anything that you saw around the gay house.
Okay, it's not related. All right.
Yeah. And Richard,
Well,
in your walkthrough of John Rope's place, you didn't see anything that had, like dark brown paper like that.
Okay.
He didn't
for
seem
the
like a
big
man
house,
who
no.
wrote a lot down either, to be honest. But yeah, you didn't see anything like that.
That would have been a good follow-up if it was the case, but for the big house, we saw it together. I didn't notice anything, any books that had been, or that notebook wasn't, the one where they keep noting stuff. It wasn't, it's not the same paper, and nothing was ripped out of it from what I saw.
Well,
So it's not the bigger house. Yeah, that would have been great though. Good call, but not working.
So where exactly were you thinking that you needed to go? It's in the desert?
So we have to go, out of that dude with no trinkets, Tyrion. We have to get out of there, follow the oh my god, the coyote. But we have to be prepared. So we need, and I'm saying this out loud, we need water. We probably need a bit of food. We don't know how long we're gonna be there. We need to, Mariela, can you on a map you can kind of at least vaguely give information to the chief of where we're heading to in case we don't come back after a certain time, so they can perhaps send a search party if we don't come back. I feel like we need to make sure we have an out plan in case of. We're certainly not going on a cheerful walk, We might get
Pulls out a
hurt.
map of the res and lays it out on the table for you.
So
we'll be
this
heading
is
straight into the heart of the reservation, right past his
okay.
land. We were being led in a almost completely straight line. So kind of as the crow flies. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at that map.
Okay,
I'm just
so
wondering myself because I don't know where it is.
this is the ranch. Okay, where was the ranch?
Yeah, it's not marked on your one. Hold on, let me find it so I can tell you about where it is.
We know it was pointing toward the Gila Mountains, though. So
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, if you sort of give him like the line that you were following, Mariela, he'll say, I I think I should go with you because there's something out that way. So, I mentioned we have some medicine men, right? They've been off doing, some rituals. They've been doing, some of what they do. And
Okay.
it takes multiple days. They've not been around, but there's a secret cave that they go to do that stuff at. Their ritual, and it's out in that area. Be very nervous now.
Judith kind of nervous laugh. So no issue with rituals and all that, but were you planning on telling us that before or no?
Yeah, you like not?
Oh, sorry, I forgot we had to ask everything. But I mean, in such situation where we're telling you there perhaps a trained coyote, that there's maybe a link with a meteor shower, that there's cannibalistic stuff, murder and suicide and things like that, perhaps telling us that there's a cave where things happen. And I'm not saying they did anything, but that's something I feel we should have known. Just
to be fair, Agent, all of that just came up this morning. And also, I mean, even now, I feel like you seem pretty dismissive of the idea of like a coyote spirit. And I don't know, I have to admit that in the back of my head, that's where my mind has kept going this whole time. But, you know,
So what are the
Okay.
purpose of these rituals? What are they trying to accomplish?
oh, they're just, they're just ceremonies. Up until now, I would have told you that it's more useful for keeping our culture alive than for doing anything that is
Okay.
actually supernaturally effective. That's what I would have said up until now.
So it's a ritual that lasts a few days, right?
Mhm.
And you heard it started today. Is that what I'm understanding?
No,
Because you
no,
got the
they've been out, and I actually was wondering if they were, gonna come back soon. When they came back, I was hoping to ask them about all this coyote stuff
Mhm.
that's
Were
coming
they
up.
out when the first victim died? Like how long are we
No,
talking?
no, it's
Okay.
been about a week, I
Okay.
want to say, that they've been gone.
Okay, well, that's good to know. And indeed, it would be perhaps better that you come with us.
Yeah, we don't want to blunder into this ritual without
Yeah, we don't want to.
one of their
We don't
people
want to
too.
make bad step and anything. We need to do our job, but we don't want to overstep. Though I wish we knew that earlier. But if you didn't know either, then we do need
Oh,
to warn people here that given a certain amount of time where we're gone, to perhaps send the car to find us. I don't know what you guys think about it. Perhaps I'm just being paranoid, but I don't know. We're
Yeah,
going in a cave after all, or perhaps we're going in a cave.
well, this is actually fortunate. If we're going to a cave, you can just tell them exactly where the cave is.
yeah. My deputies know where the cave is.
Well, that settles that.
And
Well,
I'll
I
go
thought we
with you.
were
I'll take the deputy with you, and just in case there's something going on there, we can, just bring all your guns.
Were
So
you gonna
if
So,
say
you
something?
Mariela?
guys look on your map, by the way, just so you know, where you're going to end up ultimately going if you want to go to this cave, you actually don't have to go from where you were being, pointed. The
Okay.
Begay Ranch is, if you see where the river is and the highway and Calva,
Mm-hmm.
if you go north from there, almost straight north from Calva, is across the highway is where the Begay Ranch is. John Rope's ranch is next to it, but closer to, like away from the edge of the map. So west of Calva, but north of the highway, next to the Begays. And then the sacred cave that he's talking about, which is definitely in the line, like of where you were being pointed. It's up in the Gila Mountains, but it's in like the far north end. San Carlos is like right at the other side of the end of the range. So you're actually closer to it right now when you're in San Carlos than you were when you were over there at the ranches.
Hmm.
But it's definitely in a line, as he, follows that line out. It's like right there.
Okay. I turn to Mariela. Mariela, what do you think would be best? We go from where we are to the cave directly, or should we follow what we did before, which is starting from the ranch and following the tracks, the dead monster and things like that? I feel like you know best the terrains. Perhaps it will make more sense to follow step by step like we did, or start from here and go directly to the cave.
Well, it seems like we're pretty confident it's pointing toward the cave. I'm not sure how I feel about invading somebody's spiritual practices. I'm not really for that, but I mean, if we're confident the coyote was leading us there anyway, I mean, we're kind of being invited.
I mean, at this point, it's anybody's guess, but what you've, told me and what we've seen today from all this evidence, it's enough to make me nervous about it, and I'm gonna go up there and check on them either way. So,
Yeah, it would make sense. We would go with you, and then if we need to go further, we'll just go further.
right.
Okay.
I mean, can you tell us a little bit more about the coyote's significance? I know it can be hard to explain to somebody outside of your culture, but are these rituals specifically involving this coyote spirit?
No, no, we don't usually invoke Coyote. Coyote just kind of does his own thing, from what I understand. Again, I am not a medicine man, but Coyote is basically an important figure in, our mythology of the world. Coyote creates transformation. Coyote makes things happen. If it serves his whim, Coyote protects the people. Coyote has also done a lot of stupid things that have, created strife in the world. It's not a figure you rely on, but it's a figure that tends to, appear in times of upheaval and create a lot of change. Sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Well, we're definitely going then, right? Because we're in a situation that we would like to change.
Yeah, good points. Okay, so we reckon that we need supplies, that people here needs to know where we're going in case of, and then are we waiting on something else? I feel like I forgot something. Are we waiting on a fax or a call? No, right?
Eventually, there'll hopefully be some word about your forensic evidence.
Okay. Yeah, but no point in waiting now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no telling for sure how long that'll take with your database. I don't know how
Okay.
many days or how long
We can let the state
takes.
police know where we're going. They got a bird.
Okay. Let's do that then.
Yeah, is Major Garrett here? Was he listening to all this?
Uh, no, Major Garrett has left.
Okay.
So he's not hanging around, but you could certainly give him a call. He's always happy if you give him a call.
Yeah, I think we should talk to Major Garrett before we go out as well.
And Chief Colorado writes down, like some notes to the rest of the deputies about where y'all are headed out to. He starts getting some water together for everybody. And so which one of you wants to call Major Garrett?
I'll call him up.
Oh, hey, Agent Sappington.
In fact, I'm going to step
Nice to hear
outside while I
from
do it.
Oh, with your cell phone, yeah. Good to hear from you. What you got for me?
Okay, we investigated John Rope as we felt something was wrong there, and well, that turned up nothing. But we did find that we were being led into the Gila Mountains, and that's where we are taking our investigation next. Yeah, apparently the medicine men, they have a cave there,
Okay.
and I realize I'm not explaining this very well. That's because all these things they're we have a lot of clues, but none of them make sense. So I can't give you any like concrete information that makes sense. I apologize, Major Garrett.
We're
But
being
I
led
definitely wanted you to know that we're going out there.
a medicine man cave. All right.
Yes.
Well, that sounds like res business.
And to be honest, I'm getting a little uneasy about the reservation here. I think they may be up to something.
You need some backup.
Yeah, I think somebody outside of the reservation like yourself would be perfect to keep an eye on us. We are going.
All right. As long as I have permission, I'll be happy to send you some people.
And would you do it even if you don't have permission? So I think this is heading in that direction, Major.
Well, I guess if you're asking, the feds are the ones with the ultimate authority, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And he's like, you could hear him like grinning through the phone, like he loves the idea of being able to step on Colorado's toes. He's
No,
just salivating at this.
I still want this to be handled, sensitively. I don't want you just to do it for no reason. But if you have, we'll call it probable cause, then yeah, you act. You act immediately.
Well, I don't know what probable cause y'all have, but if the feds are asking, I will send you some boys. We'll come out and I guess we're bringing our guns. Is that it?
Every gun you got.
All right.
This is gonna end well.
Yeah. Like, all right. About 30 good. It's gonna take us a little bit to get over to y'all.
Yeah, you can take your time. I feel we have time. I just need to make sure that we have a backup plan, and that's you, Major Garrett.
Happy to be of service. And he hangs up. And so now my question is, what are you gonna tell Chief Colorado? So are you just not gonna tell him, and then the whole Highway State Patrol force is gonna show up?
Yeah, I saw, just like sitting there thinking for a second. And I go back in. So Chief, I told Major Garrett of what we were doing, where we were going. Told him to be on standby if needed. Is that acceptable?
Okay, you want to bring some state police along on this too?
Yeah, I think there's trouble out there. I think we need all the help we can get.
Honestly, I really hope not, but that's what my gut says as well. And if you think that's a good call, I honestly at this point I'd be happy for the extra guns.
Yeah, then I do think it's the best call. It's better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them, right?
Yeah, and I think you were expecting like some pushback here
I really was. I'm kind of pausing as I
because,
talk.
a sacred
Yeah,
cave
I'm
in the middle
surprised
of
too.
the res, he's that worried. That's what you get when you lay that on him. He's that worried that he's like, yeah, sure, bring Major Garrett. That's fine.
All right. Just kind of just breathe a sigh of
Bring the
relief.
army.
Whew.
Bring everyone.
Yep.
Sorry for the ritual, but there will be blood, apparently. A lot of fire.
Maybe.
Maybe.
All right.
Right.
So you guys are getting ready, right?
Hmm.
Getting ready, and you're making sure you have, your guns and magazines and your body armor if necessary. Chief Colorados has an extra vest if you want one, Mariela. At this point, he is just expecting some trouble.
I think
You expected and not need the help.
I'd probably actually have one. I think the law enforcement arm of the Rangers actually do routinely wear them. So I would certainly vest up. I would imagine that I probably don't have a hell of a lot of extra ammunition on me, but maybe a few more bullets than what my gun holds. I'm just going to try to check off the list, of course. Tire pressure, food, water, medicine, or basic medical supplies like bandages and so forth.
Yep. The substation has, some extra ammo available, so you guys make sure that you're fully loaded. You're loaded for bear, and you pretty soon actually the state police drive up and park outside the substation, and it's quite the scene. They're very dramatic about it. They come up with their, not their sirens blaring, but their lights flashing, and they pull up and they pop out with all their guns. All right. So, Sappington, are you taking point on this? Are you going to try and, like corral everybody?
Yeah, I guess I would. Do I see Major Garrett?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Major Garrett's there.
That's probably what I'd probably just approach him.
He kind of, tugs his hat brim at you, and
Mhm.
all right, we're ready. You ready?
Yeah, as I said, Major Garrett, don't do anything less than absolutely necessary.
Yep, that's fine. We'll be your backup. We can give you a perimeter. How's that?
That's perfect.
All right, Chief. And he nods to Colorados, and Colorados is like, Major. And you all head out into the desert. So you're able to get a pretty decent way with the cars that you have, very capable vehicles. But you can't get right up to where the sacred cave is. It's up tucked in the hills. It's up a rise that's fairly steep. So you have to leave your vehicles at some point and do the rest of the hike up on foot. Any particular approach or order?
Is it just us and Chief Colorados?
It's you, Chief Colorado's one of his deputies,
Okay.
and then Major Garrett and his boys are with you, but they're kind of like they're staying back and fanning out. Because again, it is a sacred cave. Major Garrett's only willing to push so far.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Not gonna try and be the one to like run in there and
Yeah. He
Well,
also said perimeter, and that sounds good to
yeah,
me.
that's what I
Yeah.
thought it was.
yep. So he's fine to do that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I would just be letting Chief Colorados take the lead and go in because,
Yeah.
as a time we don't think anything actually wrong is going on, so I don't see why
Yeah.
it'd be.
Yeah. He 1000% has to be the first one to show his
No,
face.
Oh, yeah.
I
He's
wouldn't be there
definitely
guns drawn
like,
or anything. I'd just kind of be casual, trying to be calm.
he kind of points you out, where it is you're headed before you head up there, but he's leading the way because he's the one who knows where it is. So basically, there's kind of a flat area that's kind of like a little plateau, and then like the very last, part that goes directly up to the cave there's a bit of a rise to go into the cave entrance. So you guys are, in that flat plateau. There's some rocks. There's a little bit of, unevenness to the ground, but it's mostly flat. And then there's like hills up sort of around this area, and up on one of those, kind of towards the back of this, plateau, is where you go up to get to the sacred cave entrance. And you can kind of see it as you're approaching. And so as you're getting to that rise, you're starting to maybe climb up. Why don't you guys go ahead and give me an alertness?
Okay.
Will do. I'll warn Agent Sappington and Henson of scorpions. If you see any scorpions, get as far away from them as you can.
So don't pick them up with
All
their bare
right.
hands. Okay.
Yeah, don't exactly. Don't try to pick them up.
Oh no, cute little scorpion. I got 34 for alertness, and my top is 70.
91 over 50, failure.
I'm doing great this game. 26 under 60.
I'm thinking about scorpions. I didn't notice anything.
Yeah.
Roll for scorpion.
I've got 0 on scorpion skill.
Okay, so I rolled for the chief and his deputy. They go fast. All right, so Chief Colorados is up front. As you're approaching towards the entrance of the cave, the sun is high by now. This is the heat of the day. Several of you see some sort of glint. Like you're looking around, you're being alert. You see some sort of glint. Chief Colorados calls out, "Hit the deck!" And you know what? Because you get this warning, because so many of you have seen it, and that was the chief's first reaction, why don't you go ahead and make me a dodge roll,
Okay.
Mr. Sappington, that you would normally not necessarily get.
I guess I was a little ahead of everybody, and then I hear this. I got a 74 over 30.
All right. Okay. So you're very lucky. Mr. Sappington, you take 4 points of damage to like your left arm as a bullet fires from the mouth of this cave. And it seems like maybe someone was trying to aim to not hit you in your vest. And you are thrown to the ground, and you are suppressed. So if you want to act from here, you will have to make me a roll for that in order to do so. But you are now all under fire. So the world kind of both slows to a crawl for you all and moves entirely too fast. And the chief, gets to the ground, next to Richard, who was probably just about, next. And the deputy, who was kind of fanned out to the other side, goes down too. Do the rest of you also, dive for the ground?
Do we have to roll for the dive?
Nope.
Okay, good.
Is that what you're doing? Because you
Yeah,
just saw Agent Sappington get shot.
yeah, dive in. But is there a way? So we're getting shot at, right?
Mm-hmm. You are
Okay.
getting shot at from that cave.
Do we have? I don't know. I guess they had that. Yeah, they did. Walkie-talkie, the thingy to talk with the people in the back.
Yep.
So I'm gonna. Can I use mine? And I'm gonna call Major Garrett. Major Garrett, can you hear me?
Yeah, we heard the shot.
Yeah,
Oh.
we need you guys. Agent Sappington seems down. We're getting shot at from the cave.
Yep, I heard that. We're gonna close in some. Over.
Okay. Oh, over. All right. So what do we see from first? So Agent Sappington is harmed. Who else got shot? Like
No one
took a
else
bullet.
has been shot so far.
Okay. Okay.
So that was your action for this turn.
Okay.
And we will actually. You are the fastest, actually. So now we will go to Mariela.
I think definitely hit the deck and go for a gun.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the first instinct when, being fired upon, and then we'll kind of see how the remaining turns pan out.
Okay, so as you look up towards, the mouth of the cave is very dark, obviously, so it's really kind of ideal to fire from. If you were, for example, Agent Sappington with your military, science land, if you wanted to be anywhere in this particular scenario, the cave is exactly where you would want to be, as an ideal place to conceal yourself and keep people at bay.
Is this area like bouldery at all, or is
There are some rocks. Yeah, you can try to get to some cover if that's a thing that you would like to do.
I think that would be more so than hitting the deck. I think it would be taking cover and then going for the sidearm.
Yeah. So as you get down low, after the shot and the shout from the chief, are you, like gonna get to cover up, or are you gonna run for cover, or are you
I don't think she would want to get any. I don't think she would get any closer. She'd probably just dive to the nearest thing, regardless of direction, just to get behind something. I imagine she probably does not get shot at very much.
Yeah, yeah. We'll say there's some rocks near you that you can get some partial cover behind. So you go straight for those. And then if you want to get to more substantial cover, you'd have to either run that way or crawl that way on a subsequent turn.
Alrighty. I think I'll stick with that cover for now. She's probably catching her breath, and then trying to sort of assess the situation. I don't know if that was intended to be a warning, even though, they clearly shot him. So I don't, you know what I mean? But I don't know how to proceed from there.
Yeah, you're not sure probably from where you are. This is all happening pretty fast.
Yeah.
Agent Sappington probably doesn't think so. So let's see. It would be Agent Sappington and Chief Colorado, so are about at the same time here. So we'll go ahead and I'll have the chief kind of fall back. He's going to kind of crawl backwards towards you, Richard, and pull you if you allow him behind some cover. There's kind of a scraggly bush with a rock near it. He's going to pull you behind that. Are you resisting?
No, if I realize what he's doing, getting me in the cover, I just let him do it.
Okay. And then he will unsling his rifle and kind of point it in the direction of the cave and fire off a shot real quick, just to sort of discourage potentially any further shooting in your direction. It's gonna be like, are you okay?
Was I shot in the right arm or the left arm?
The left arm.
I'm just holding my left arm. It's like, Chief, we gotta withdraw and let our superior numbers win this day for us. We gotta wait for backup.
Yeah, and Major Garrett and his men are trying to move in, but they also are facing sort of the same thing that you are. There's kind of a wide open field. There's some cover, but it's low. So there's kind of a wide open killing field here that you have to be kind of strategic about and slow about trying to get close to the mouth of this cave. You realize that will take a little bit of time. And then we go to Deputy, who is probably just focusing on getting to cover, since Chief Colorados has fired a return shot, not particularly aimed, just sort of trying to be suppressive potentially. So the deputy would have been about there. Yeah, he can probably get behind something. It's not very good cover. He's not in a great position. He's kind of out front, but he's gotten to some cover. He's down low. He's kind of crawling over to get behind a low rock. All right. And now we are back up to Judith.
Okay. Do I have smoke grenades?
You do not, but you think the state police do. So if you can buy some time, they will be able to bring that gear up here.
Okay.
And you can take some from them if you want once they are close enough.
Okay, so I keep that in mind, but we cannot use a smoke grenade now. I guess to buy time, I will have to also shoot. I guess that since they're at a better, not vantage point, but they have an advantage. We agree that I don't see anybody, right?
Yeah, you
Just we're
can't see a
getting shot
person.
at.
Yeah,
I kind of see a person, or no?
no, you can't see a person. What you think you saw, those of you who succeeded your alertness roll, you now
Mm-hmm.
think that maybe that was, the barrel of a rifle, essentially, glinting in the sun,
Oh,
just before
okay.
the shot went off. But you haven't actually seen a person.
We agree that a rifle allow for long distance shot, right?
Hmm.
Okay. Is there? I'm looking at my athletics. Wait, alertness. Yeah. Is there a way I could get to a better point by either rolling? Yeah, rolling whatever you think best, but I would have to say athletics or
Yeah.
something, or dexterity. I don't know.
Yep. So if you're gonna try to get to safety not by crawling slowly, from cover to cover, then
Mm-hmm.
if you want to like go for the most substantial cover, maybe in a better position by running, that's going to be an athletics check.
Then I'm gonna roll that.
Hmm.
If that's the
Depending on how
case.
well you do, yeah, will depend on
As
just how vulnerable you are at the end of your turn.
all right. Haha. I got 55 under 70.
Okay. Yeah. So you make it to some cover that is a
Mm-hmm.
little bit more substantial, probably than what most of the other people are taking cover behind right now. And
Okay.
you're in a decent position now. Your gun, if you just took what you have, naturally, you have a sidearm. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you're not in great range for shooting at the cave entrance, but you're definitely in a better position to like do suppressive fire than a lot of the other people are right now. So
Okay.
maybe able to do that next turn. And you did not get
Okay.
shot at
Let's go.
as you ran, which you don't know if that's because reloading or because the chief was successful in suppressing. All right, Mariela, what are you up to?
All right. How far away is Agent Sappington from me?
Um, Probably just a few yards. It's somewhere where you could get to if you wanted to expose yourself.
So Mariela's thought is that she's going to need her hands, and she also knows that the chief has a gun and he's ready. She also feels like she has backup who is also armed because of all the state police. So I think that she's going to do something perhaps not great and put away her sidearm. She doesn't want to pot shot and just create confusion for no reason. So she kind of reholsters that, and then she's going to make a dash toward Richard because she's going to attempt her first aid skill if she makes it there.
Okay. Yeah, so he's fairly close. You're able to make it over there. There's not a lot of cover. You drop as low as you can. You feel like with the three of you there, you're a little exposed, but you will be able to do that next turn. And if the chief is able to, successfully make a shot at the cave this turn, maybe you'll be okay. But you don't feel the best about your position, and you've moved, so you've kind of made yourself a target. Just be aware of that. All right, so that'll bring it to we're at Richard and the Chief's dexterity in the turn order. If you want to attempt to act, Richard, in this turn, you can roll me sand, basically. See if you're able to keep together.
Make a sanity roll. Alrighty. I have 64. I rolled a 65 over 64 and
Yeah, I know. You're like, nope, I'm good here. Good staying down. The chief is going to take a nice aimed shot at kind of the low bottom of the cave. See how he does. Actually, that's not bad. So you don't hear anything that the chief takes, aims up and takes a shot at the mouth of the cave, probably kind of where he thinks that the shooter was shooting from. and you hear, like kind of some, the crumbling of rock after the shot, like it maybe hit, the wall of the cave or something. You don't hear any like cry out or anything like that. So he probably didn't hit anyone. You can't be sure. And now the deputy is going to take a shot as well. His cover. Oh, actually, hey, good job, deputy. That's a 17. So the deputy also takes a shot into the dark at the front of the cave with his rifle. And you see the state police moving up carefully. They're getting closer. I figure probably Richard was out front. Mariela has gone up to him. Judith, you're probably not far behind. Next round, the state police will have made it to your position if they keep at their current rate of carefully moving up between cover. But for the moment, you're still on your own out there. So Judith, what are we doing?
I have a better view of the cave, right?
You have a better position than you had before. None of you still have like an ideal view into the cave because it's up above. But yeah, you have good cover. So you have a fairly safe place to take shots from.
Then that's what I will do. I will shot. So where is my firearms? Okay. I will roll for firearms, I guess. I got a 71 over 50.
All right. So you're pretty sure your shot goes wide, like it's in the general right direction, but you did not get it into the cave, so kind of like hit the side of the cave, like kind of the side of the mouth. But it's hard, I mean, you're at a disadvantage using a sidearm to try and fire at that distance anyway, so you're not you don't feel bad about it.
Okay.
And then we have, let's see, you can make a roll now. Okay. No, that's not great. All right. Yep. Sorry, poor deputy. Okay, so the deputy who's kind of off on his own, and not in the best cover, a shot rings out and he gets shot, and you see like a spray of blood as the deputy gets shot. It looks like it grazes the side of his neck, which is definitely not ideal. And let's see. It looks like he passes out. His gun kind of just like was pointing towards the cave, and it kind of just drops. The muzzle of his rifle drops. And he's a little bit up ahead still of most of you and kind of off to one side. You could get to him, but it would definitely put you out of position. All right. Now it's Mariela's turn.
I'm trained in first aid. Do I have your permission to treat?
Just like shaking the head, yes. Hold up my arm in pain and grimacing.
You'll pull out some like bandages and just try to like get the wound like kind of clean and just like cover it up. And she's like, yeah, we're not doing any surgery out here or anything. Yeah. But this is this will just, it'll make it easier when you go to a hospital. I will want to see if he's like bleeding like really heavily or if it's all right, because I think I imagine there's like arteries and things that you could hit.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not ideal, but it doesn't look immediately life-threatening with the amount of damage that he took.
All right, I'd like to administer that first aid to the best of my ability.
Give it a best shot.
Oh, come on. 85, which is over my 60.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You put some bandages around it, but
awesome.
May not have been the most help.
I poked my finger in there.
Don't push the roll.
I wish I could.
I do not consent.
All right. So now it is, let's see, Chief Colorado's turn, and he is going to fire again at the cave, trying to just keep everybody alive. That is not a very good roll for him. His shot goes a little wide too. He hits the edge of the cave as well and not into the cave, and that might be because his deputy just got shot. Obviously, someone knows. Don't know how much of that he saw, but he's probably aware that a shot went out and that his deputy is injured in some way. All right.
Can I roll my sanity now? Go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oops, I dropped my. All right. I rolled a 40 under 60. 64.
Okay. And actually, I think I'm supposed to have been having you roll willpower, but I'm trying to remember. But
Oh.
yeah. Either way, you're good now.
Okay, so I can act now, or do I have to wait next turn?
Yep.
So I only have 10 first aid. Is it even worthwhile to try to do anything to the deputy?
You could try, but you're likely to fail. And if you critically failed, which would be either 100 or any doubles over your skill,
Yeah, it's a lot
that
of.
would be bad for him.
Well, then I think the best way I can protect him is by shooting at the caves.
Mhm.
I have a side arm, so I guess my other arm is hurt. But thankfully, I'm right-handed, so I pull out my
Right?
pistol and I fire at the cave.
Okay.
I have a
Thank
50.
you for firearms. Yep.
I rolled an 88. That's a fumble.
Oh, your gun jams when you go to try to fire it at the cave. So
What a fucking day.
yep, spend next turn clearing that. Okay. State police move further up. They are prepared, with smoke grenades and flashbang grenades and such. And they close in their perimeter. They have gotten about to where you are, Judith. If you want to grab a supply from them, you certainly can, but you would be hard pressed to use it this turn. You would have to get much closer to the cave to throw something in the front of it.
Yeah, but I didn't know they had flashbang, which is great. The smoke, I was going to use it a bit in front of the team, so the wounded could be taken out, especially since we have two now. So Sappington can help, but we have one who is hurt at the neck, so I feel like this one needs to be taken out. So the smoke was more to give us cover, and if we have flashbang, then that one is going to get in the cave when I can. I don't know when is my turn though.
It is your turn right now. So
okay, so
yeah,
I guess I can only use one. I'm going to throw. You agree that I need to get closer to throw something in the cave, right?
Yeah, if you wanted to get something in the cave, you are not close enough. You guys.
So I'm going to use the smoke grenade. So I those Sappington and the other have talkie-walkie too.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to call on the general channel. Everyone, I'm going to use a smoke grenade. So I'm bad with name. Can you remind me the name of the one who's grazed at the neck?
Oh, that's it's the deputy, the tribal police deputy. We didn't get his name.
Okay. Can he move by himself? Although he's been.
He seems to be unconscious from what you have seen so far.
Okay. So, guess what I'm gonna do is I'm going to throw a smoke grenade in front of us that will last not very long, but enough so we can get the deputy out, buy us some time. We have also flashbang, but I'm not close enough to throw one in the cave. But here's what I'm thinking. I throw a smoke grenade so we can get the deputy out. Whoever is the closest to him, take him out, at least to safety. And then we get closer, flashbang, and hopefully we shot someone. Is it clear for everyone? Is it okay with everyone? Over.
Colorado's will, reply back. Go for it.
Okay, so smoke grenades. Oh, those are my favorite.
What you're gonna roll for me is gonna be an athletics, actually. Try to land that where you want it.
Okay, so if I fail, this will be like in video games when the grenades come back to my teammates, which happens every time. Athletics. I'm not very good. Oh, I got a 45 under 70.
Oh, you have a 70 athletics?
You're not very good. 70 is great.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I got
Almost have not had you roll.
Yeah, I have a 70 athletics.
Yeah, no, so
I did a 45.
You put it exactly where you intend to, which is about, like a few yards right in front of where the deputy is currently falling.
Okay.
And then, let's see.
Whoever is the closest.
Yeah. It's not the deputy's turn yet, thankfully. So, but let me see here. Oh, okay. So another shot rings out from the cave, but you, nobody seems to get shot. You think maybe it was aimed beyond you guys at one of the stadies, because not all of them have perfect cover right now. But there's no cry of pain. There's no nothing. This bullet just whizzes off into the nothing, and you almost hear like it's not words. You would probably expect maybe a curse or something if there was some sort of malfunction with a firearm, but you do hear some sort of sound of frustration from up in the cave. Those of you, who are closest, which would be the most of you, and then maybe one or two of the stadies. Yeah, you hear something like that from up above. So that's good for you. And now we are at Mariela's turn.
Well, I'm assuming Richard is relatively okay, and I'm also assuming that the deputy is not. So
Yes, I would be telling you go help the
Yeah.
guy,
I'm
100%.
I'm I'm gonna go over to the deputy and try to hustle over there, trying to keep it in sort of a real world framework. I would like to do first aid to maybe assess whether or not I can move him before I do.
Yeah, so it's sort of like because you can't actually like apply the first aid this turn because you're gonna have to hustle yourself over there. But I will let you roll that as sort of you know, a diagnostic to
I
kind of
got a
get.
55 under 60. Yes.
All right, yeah. So yeah, this guy is bleeding out quickly. And if he doesn't get, successful first aid within, the next couple of rounds, he is going to perish because it looks like maybe not like an entire severed artery, but there's definitely been an artery nicked when that bullet grazed his neck. There is a lot of blood. That's what you're going to need to do next turn. And then I'm going to be rolling to see if the smoke is going to actually inhibit you at all. Hopefully not. It's far enough away that like you have a good chance that you'll be fine and you'll get some extra cover from that. But yeah,
We'll have
always
to
a chance
change
it
the
could blow
lyrics.
back on you. All right, so now we have Chief Colorados. That's pretty decent. Okay, let's see if you. Okay, you hear a sound from within the cave, and you think Chief Colorados actually might have hit someone, might have actually managed to hit someone with his most recent shot. And now it is Richard's turn.
Yeah, I refuse to leave while Mariela's still tending to the person, so I'm just gonna clear my firearm and try to stay here.
All right, so you clear out your firearm. What is your firearm skill, by the way?
It is 50.
Oh yeah, no problem. You're able to do that. Just takes the round. Okay. So now it is the folks moving up. Okay. So they are gonna, if you haven't taken anything further from them, Judith, they're gonna be moving on past you. Was there anything else that you wanted to grab before the nearest stady heads off?
Yeah,
Are you grabbing a flashlight?
yeah, I'm gonna yeah, a flashbang.
Okay, you did say that over the radio, so one of them will kind of just hand that off to you as he pushes the perimeter in further. Because they are just like moving from cover to cover. That's what they are doing. They're closing the perimeter for you. And it is your turn to act.
All right, so I'm going to. Is there a better cover? I mean, at least a better vantage point so I can actually throw my flashbang. Is there a better zone to go to?
You're probably in the best position that you can get right now. Between just like, where you are and just full on rushing the cave. However, you have a feeling that maybe, just maybe, but you can't be sure because you can't see in the cave, you have a moment's breathing room because something has gone a little bit wrong up there. That's assuming you just have one shooter, right? That's assuming that you just have one shooter.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm not going to run into the cave. I'm not that. I don't know.
If you want to try to get to another piece of semi-acceptable cover, this turn, you can roll me in athletics to see if you can get there in time, or whether you're just going to be left out in the open come this person's turn.
Yeah, but we agree that I cannot throw my flashbang from where I am, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to make it there from there. You could get, if you roll well enough on athletics, you can get close enough to the mouth of the cave and kind of like alongside it, so that you're not going to be like in a good position for long arms fire. You're kind of going to be off to like against the side of the cave, and you could probably with a hook shot get it in there next turn.
I'm going to shot. I'm going to stay where I am and try my luck with another shot of my firearms.
Okay.
So, wait, I was going to firearm 50.
Okay.
What does it do when? Yeah, no, 70.
70. Okay. So no, you just kind of hit the mouth of the cave in one of the sides of it.
Again.
All right.
No flashbang.
Yep. And there is no firing happening this round. Hear anything further? Mariela, it is your turn.
Alrighty. I'm gonna try to first aid our boy here.
Yeah.
Wish me luck.
I do.
Luck.
I got 57 under 60.
Nice. Okay. So you were like, oh God, this is, things just got real.
Yep. Things got too real.
Pull out, some gauze, you apply pressure. This is really difficult because you're trying to apply pressure and also like, try and get something across that will like adhere. So you're keeping pressure with one hand and you're, ripping out some gauze with the other, and you're, slapping it across and some adhesive. You've got your whole first aid kit out there because you're always prepared.
Yep.
You manage to, you think, this guy's lost a lot of blood. He's unconscious. But you think that you have stopped any further bleeding from happening, and he still has a pulse. It's weak, but he still has a pulse.
Nice.
Yeah. Good job. All right. That brings it to the chief. The chief is going to, I guess, just take another shot. He's probably waiting on the stadies at this point. It seems very dangerous. So he fires into the mouth of the cave. But there's no further, like, outcries or reactions. Richard, it's your turn.
Does my military skill let me determine if it was only one shooter or no?
Yeah, go ahead and roll, and we'll see how much, because you were shot, so you haven't been entirely cognizant of the entire fight, let's say. But let's see if you can kind of like, roll the tape back and figure that out.
I rolled a 14 under 40.
All right, yeah. So you think about it for a second, and you think about like, rate of fire and, and all of what has happened. You think there's only one shooter.
Okay, I'm gonna move up into the cave. I'm gonna see what's happening.
Oh, you're gonna rush the cave?
Yep.
All right. Okay.
There's a man down, there's people behind me. I'm ready to act. I've had enough.
Okay. All right. So you run up into the cave. Go ahead and make me an alertness roll.
Okay. I rolled a 33 under 50.
Okay.
Critical.
Excellent. So you rush in, which is a crazy thing to do, and you kind of see the chief like kind of gasp as you like get up and just like book it into the mouth of the cave, right? Just scramble up. And all the rest of like the state police that have been closing in and trying to get close enough to like maybe throw something into the cave are also giving you like this look of shock as you just tear up there. You get up into the mouth of the cave. You see blood. You see a discarded rifle on the ground, and you see what look like maybe the forms of some bodies further in the cave, but you do not see what you expect to see, which is a shooter ready to, hand you your head on a platter. Yeah, I guess that brings us to Judith again. The state police, seeing that they will further close in. They're, so they're beyond you at this point. And they're heading up the rise towards the cave.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to be, somewhat in cover. So you see that. You see Richard just like run in there. What are you doing?
I'm rushing too. I mean, if he's in the cave, I cannot throw my flashbang at him.
Right? Yeah.
Or he's the one getting flashed, so I'm gonna rush as well. So athletics. I'm not going for cover anymore, by the way. I'm
Okay.
going for the
straight
cave. 20.
Okay, yeah. You were a little bit further back and off to one side, but you're able to make it. So that you're coming up sort of right behind him. About when he kind of pulls up short and realizes that there doesn't seem to be a shooter here. You definitely see some blood, like somebody got shot. And you see the discarded rifle.
All right.
All right. So at this point now, we can drop out of rounds because, as two of you have discovered, the shooter does not seem to be in this cave anymore.
All right. Sappington, are you okay? How is your arm?
Oh, it'll be fine.
Okay. Mariela is helping the deputy. What do you reckon we do? We follow the state police is with us or almost with us. We have to, I won't say rush it. We have to stay careful, but I'm sure there's others, and they have rifle. I don't know what you have, but I only have my sidearm.
Yeah, that's all I have as well. It's just my slide arm.
I have a flashbang if needed, and the state police also has other stuff. But if it's a cave, whatever we throw, we might get it back to us. So, what do you reckon we do now?
Yeah, does that rifle that I found, does that have bullets in it?
You look and it seems to be a single action.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a loaded each round.
Ah.
Single action rifle. And
Well,
it's not currently loaded.
Okay, then I will abandon that idea. Just so we're in this cave. There's a couple bodies on the ground.
Yeah, so what you see when you look into the cave, you're now in Sacred Cave.
Oh, the bodies, are they Native Americans or?
Well, one of them you can see is there are two other what appear to be remains of human corpses, but they're basically skeletons at this point.
Oh.
Yeah. So this cave is sort of like, it seems to be fairly, like there's not a lot to it. It doesn't seem like it's a whole cave system. There's a little bit of like, go back beyond. It kind of dips around. But when you carefully like duck around what little outcrop there is and to look into the rest of it, it seems as though that's the end of it. So it doesn't seem like there's anyone in here now. You can go ahead and make me a search for the cave if you want.
Yeah.
There are 3 bodies here. And the one that you can, actually tell what they look like is definitely a Native American man.
I rolled a 7 under 50.
All right. So one of the first things that both of you notice is that there is something really strange here. It is a sand painting that is near the last, the relatively intact body that, that is clearly a Native American man. And there's this sand painting on the floor. And you can see some like, some markings in this cave that indicates that it's probably been used for these sort of like Native American ritual purposes for a long time. This particular sand painting on the floor, though, this is almost photorealistic, this picture. It is not in keeping with what you would necessarily draw for a ritual, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you were drawing an animal or etc. And it is a picture of a man in a dark suit, relatively handsome. Looks like he might be Middle Eastern in descent. And, it could be a picture of a person. Like you feel like if this is a real person, you could probably recognize them from looking at this painting. And then the other thing that you realize is, so there's some, there's a few like Native American ceremonial tools in here. There's some discarded clothing that's bloody. The bones, without, like going into an in-depth forensic, but just at first glance, they look as though they have what appear to be like knife or blade marks on them, like someone maybe carved them up. And you notice something that at first your eye just kind of passes over, but then something in your instincts kind of brings you back to it, and you come over to this like rock and you pick it up because it just seems a little bit too round. Like there are some, rocks around, but not many inside the cave. And so there's just kind of this rock sitting there. And when you pick up the rock, Richard, it doesn't feel right at all. It is way too light for what it is. Like if there was a movie set foam version of a rock instead of an actual, rock made of stone.
Mhm.
That's kind of what it feels like, and yet it feels like it's maybe made of plastic and smoother than it should be, which honestly rolls sand for me at this point
Okay.
as you pick this up and try to examine it.
62 under 64.
Okay. So this is weird, but you're keeping it together. It looks like it has, sort of the pitted, rock-like look to it. But when you feel it, when you actually feel it with your hands, it feels a little bit more smooth than it looks. It's lighter than it should be. It feels like maybe it's hollow but not empty. Kind of
Uh,
like when you if you were to shake an egg,
yeah, I was gonna
or
say, it sounds like you're describing an
yeah,
egg.
or like those dice that have liquid centers. Yeah, something like that.
So basically, in my mind, I think I'm looking at a plastic egg.
Only it's big, like it's about the
Oh,
size of your head.
the size of my head. Okay, I thought it was
Yeah.
just in my hand. So,
When you went to feel it and you realized that you could just pick it up, that was the
okay.
beginning of the weirdness. And now, the fact that it feels like it's actually mostly smooth, but it has visually what seems to be a sort of craggy surface, and that's not what you're feeling, and that dissonance is.
Is it the only one here?
Yeah, it's the only rock that looks like this. In fact, it's the only rock this large that's here in
Okay.
if other than maybe there's a couple of like larger flat stones that they sort of sit on, but this one was kind of just like weird and off by itself.
I don't think a character would even know what to make of this.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just put it back down and think of something that I can grasp. That Native American man, does he have like wounds on his abdomen that he tried to sew himself back up or anything?
No, no. He looks like he's surprisingly pale, kind of
Okay.
like the others
Okay.
bodies you saw before.
Well, Judith, I don't have any clue what any of this means. Again, we find more evidence and nothing that makes any sense.
This looks like a cult to me. I mean, look at I get like the rituals, but from what I've seen in books of heard, that's not the type of drawings. And she points to the sand thing. That's not the type of drawings. Also, it's so precise. I mean, to me, it looked like a cult. And who knows, maybe that's their, the mentor or whatever. And where's that dude that shot us? There's a rifle, there's blood, but there's no one. And Handler, you agree that we were at the end of the cave, right?
Yes,
Like,
you've gone through the whole space.
Mhm.
One of the things you do notice as she reminds you of that, Richard, when you're looking around, there is, like there's a fire pit in here for them, to do ceremony with, right? And there's a vent hole above, but
oh,
it is very surprising to you to even think that someone could get out that way. Number one, it's narrow, okay? And number two, it's fairly high up. It would not be an easy thing
okay.
for someone to do, to use that as an escape from this place.
But there's nothing else in the cave, right? There's like the rocks
Yeah, there's like 3 bodies. There's this very strange rock, this strange sand painting.
Is there any way we can still like check the ventilation in a way like with a flashlight or
Yeah,
something? I mean,
are there any markings like somebody touched it or?
yeah.
Yeah, you could I mean, the truth is if one of you wanted to get up close there to take a look at it, the other one of you would have to boost them.
I can check. I mean, I'm probably the smallest.
Yeah, it probably makes more sense to
And
boost her up. Even though it pains me, so I want to go up.
I get the privilege. So let's see what's in there. Do we have to roll something?
Yeah, you'd be rolling forensics, and you could
Okay.
roll that for the cave in general as well.
This is not good for me. Oh, I got lucky. I got 13 out of 30.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, you see some scrape marks and a little bit of blood that actually makes you think that, yeah, somehow it doesn't make sense, but somehow somebody got out this way.
Is the blood fresh?
Yeah.
Okay. So I look down to Sappington. Definitely, I cannot explain, but not only is there fresh blood, but there's also claw marks, or I don't know. So whatever shot us, came out by there. I mean, I know it doesn't make sense, but that's the only. If they came out of the cave through the entrance, we would have seen them. So
Yeah, it's not
we can.
necessarily claw marks, you just see like a scrape where, like
Okay.
there
Yeah,
would have
I
been,
heard claw marks.
but
Sorry.
yeah.
Is there a way I can take a sample of the blood?
Yeah, and
Perhaps
there's
it could be
blood
useful
near
for the lawyer.
near the front of the cave as well.
Okay, so we will take the. I will take the one at the top where I am right now. So I will take a sample, and on our way out, when we go out, a sample of the one next to the firearm, the rifle, so we can also compare them if we survive, obviously. But yeah, I take a sample.
Now, Mariela, outside, you have been with the downed deputy. Once it becomes clear that somehow the person up above has been run off and is not firing at people anymore, the chief comes straight over to you. And he's like, "Thank you so much. You probably saved his life. Um, I can't repay you. Thank you."
I hope I did something. I wasn't really prepared for a firefight, so I figured this is probably the best way I can be of help and keep my conscience clean. I mean, I guess I get you're welcome, I guess. But I also I think you drove them off, right?
I mean, I may have hit someone. I'm kind of hoping so.
So I'll thank you in return for that.
We should get up in there. He kind of gestures to some of the state police, like see if they come over and help with his deputy, and a couple of them will come and very gladly take the deputy away from here and back, like to the cars and try and get him to safety because they're perfectly happy to leave this
Leave the area. Yeah.
leave this standoff area. And they're like, okay, happy to go.
Awesome. Well, I guess I'll go with the chief into the cave. Then I have nothing keeping me from doing that
And yeah.
except fear. No.
Yep. That's a fail. Okay. The chief walks in and is immediately horrified by the death and looking at the bodies in the state that they are in. He actually he goes outside and he throws up. Like I think he was just that he's reached his limit there. That was not fun for him. He was not expecting that, considering the last bodies that you found were intact.
Yeah.
These men have been, honestly, you're probably gonna say eaten. Speaking of, by the way, once you guys realize that you're going to have to sort of like deal with these bodies and you realize that these are probably the medicine men, and you're kind of taking another look at the fact that there are 3 bodies here and 2 of them have basically no flesh left. Why don't you all give me sanity rolls?
Okay.
Woohoo!
Because none of you are Evelyn, and I forgot that.
Yeah, the adrenaline wore off. Now we're realizing things. Nope, and then I got an 87, so I realized it quite a bit. Or 81
Okay.
over 64.
So lose another 1 and mark another 1 for violence.
Oh, wow, I'm getting way up there.
I got a 97 over 60.
All right. So you also lose 1 sanity and mark 1 check mark next to violence.
Okay.
I got an
Let's not tell
85 over 60.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah. Nobody's liking this, and
We've all
that's
had enough.
understandable. Yeah.
Just gonna shake it and make Mariela, did you at least get the deputy to safety?
The stadies are taking him to the hospital right now.
Good, good. I was worried that man would be killed because of us, so that's why I stupidly ran to the cave to ward off the shooter.
How much sanity do I lose?
Just 1 and
Just
mark
one.
1 for violence. Yep. Dead bodies. Not fun. All right. So you have, some blood that you definitely suspect is from, the person who is behind all of this at this point, right? And all you have to do is get that processed.
I'm gonna
The
take
other
that.
thing is,
Gonna take that plastic thing with us too.
yeah, that the chief, sees you handling that thing and he's like, so what the heck is that?
Well, I was gonna ask you, is this part of any of these rituals?
It's like he kind of like reaches his hand out so that he can like, kind of see what it is and know that. God, I wish I had other words, but that is also weird. And but I mean, it's evidence, I guess. I guess we'll be taking that to the station.
Yeah, we gotta get somebody to figure out what this thing is.
Who would you even?
Well, I
Kind
guess
of like, he takes it and he's like, he thinks for a second, like he's holding this, and he's like, he kind of knocks it against the wall of the cave. And
Don't open it.
you probably flinch for like a second because you've had that thought that it's like
Mhm.
has something inside it like an egg, right?
Yeah, it's
But
100%. That's what it came to
but
mind.
it doesn't even scratch the surface.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like that. Um, if you've got any idea on who even to call to figure out what the hell that is, you let me know.
In fact, maybe you should put it in something and lock it up. It gives me a
Mhm.
really bad feeling. Make sure it's
Yeah,
a strong lock.
okay, will do. Yeah. So he takes that in the evidence. They get some people in here to take the bodies. You've taken blood samples. There doesn't seem to be much else to do here right now. If you mention to him, like that's how the person probably got out, he will he will take a couple of the stadies and try to leave them up like, around like where maybe that would come out. But they come back in a few minutes and by the time they get there, they're, it's like no, they don't see anyone.
Okay. So we have nothing. I mean, we have something, but we're kind of against the wall. We do have to test the blood I found, though I don't know when we will have results, but that could lead us perhaps to one. Perhaps the DNA is in a database or something, or we can get. I don't know. I think we have to take the blood back to the station, but other than that, we have
Yeah.
nothing aside this weird rock.
Well, don't lose hope. This person might be in the system, like you said, and we could have a suspect finally. And I think we've had a long day. We've got evidence. We have that object, and I've been shot. I would like to get medical care. Perhaps it's time to leave.
So you head back
Definitely.
away from the cave. As you get out of, like the hill area and back closer to San Carlos, right?
Hmm.
And I assume, Judith, are you going to be driving this time since Richard's been shot?
Yep.
Okay. So Richard, your phone rings. Your cell phone rings.
All right, I answer and say hello.
Hey, it's Hobson. I've been trying to get a hold of you for like the past hour. Everything all right up there?
No, I've been shot, and we were in a firefight. I've been shot, and
You've
things
been
things are just just weird. I don't even have words to tell
Shot.
you. Yes, I
Uh,
took a shot. Oh, in the arm. I'll be fine. They'll patch me up. No problem.
okay. So here's the thing. We just got some stuff back uh about an hour ago on some forensics you sent in from that house.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and here's what you need to know. So we got a partial print in the system. It flagged it belongs to Master Sergeant Emmanuel Santana, who is an Apache. He's 48 years old. He is a deserter of the U.S. Army Special Forces from 71. He went on leave to attend his mother's funeral and went AWOL and has not been seen since. Okay? And this has flagged everybody. The U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Division, the Marshal Service, the FBI, the CIA, they all have, you know, it's an inactive file, but they all had things out looking for this guy back in the day. Okay?
Okay. Is it
This
just
guy
because
is,
he's a deserter or is there something else?
I mean, special forces, man. I mean, if he's gone crazy and started killing people, this is a very, very dangerous man. And uh, I don't know anything other than all these flags came up on this print, and that print was in the house. It says it was off of a plate, partial print off of a dinner plate.
So that would mean he sat down and ate with the family?
I mean, you tell me, I suppose so. Yeah,
I'd probably say that more like just out loud, I was thinking.
right? Is it like letting Judith know
Mhm.
your work paid off, Judith?
Let's go. I mean, this is not good, but
Yes, because
um,
they've been luring people away somehow, and well, I guess that proves that he knew them, or they knew the family. There was some communication at least.
okay.
Anyway,
Uh,
if
dude,
you think this is the guy, it's the only lead we have. It's something that flagged in the system. He's a deserter. He's special forces. He has the means to do all of this. This would be a full-scale manhunt, and I will come down. But I want to let you guys take point on this. We need to find this guy. We need to find him fast before he kills
yeah,
us.
whoever shot at us from that cave definitely had those kind of skills, I would say. Yeah, that's probably our man.
Can I hear the conversation or
You just hear my side, it's not on speaker.
okay, so I don't know who he's talking about. All right.
Well, I
Wait.
fired. I would have said it's hello, Special
Okay.
Agent Hobson.
And the plate. I heard that you said the plate, right?
Yeah.
I was gonna say I turn around, but I'm driving, so I'm not doing that. But I look in the mirror, the front mirror or whatever, at Sappington. I'm like, we have to get the blood tested then, if we can match it to perhaps that deserter.
Oh, that's a good point.
But
I saw mention that. Yeah, we found blood in the cave. If we can match it, then we can prove it right away.
yeah, but that doesn't mean we have the dude. But that would give us a pretty good lead.
All right. It sounds like you've got enough evidence that if you can find him and grab him, we can put him away. Is that again? Want to reiterate? This is a very, very dangerous gentleman.
You're telling me and I
Purely
grab my arm.
because yeah, the training he's had. So what I need you guys to do is, let me know what kind of resources you need. We'll send whatever we've got.
Well, I guess we would need guess you could just send a team down, I suppose.
All right. I will, obviously call the marshals, but I think this is going to be us because we need to,
Okay, you want to
track
keep
and
it.
train.
You want to keep it in the FBI.
It's not so much that. God, this is not what I needed, like the year before I retired, right? But I'm afraid that if we don't act quickly, he's gonna get away. We got away from everybody before, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, understood. We will go after him immediately.
All right. I'm gonna, make some calls, get you whatever you need. Get extra copters in the sky. We'll get whoever down there we can get from the area, and we're gonna do a full scale manhunt for this guy.
All right, you do that and we'll catch the guy.
All right. So we now have a suspect and a manhunt. As you guys get back to San Carlos, probably all joining up at the hospital. honestly, because Sappington needs to get his arm seen to,
Yep.
get you patched up. And Evelyn's not there, but you do have the local ME to do autopsies on those bodies. You have the deputy there. So Chief Colorado's is probably also at the hospital. Yeah, you need to get all your ducks in a row to get everybody out there looking in the desert for this guy. So first steps.
Mm.
The blood.
Yeah, I guess we just need to get the match so we can prove it's the guy.
I don't know how long the matching would take, but at least we need to run it through the database.
Yeah. I don't know if they'd have his DNA on file. They definitely have his, you know.
Yeah, I was thinking just that
his
we
fingerprints,
can
his
first,
dental
yeah,
records, etc. They'll be
we
able
can
to
do the
match him
DNA.
and catch him, yeah. But you can have it processed, so that that's all ready to go. That's basically like legal steps to make sure that all your I's are dotted, your T's are crossed.
Yeah,
You
you
know,
mean
when you
I
take it in.
can? You mean I can face the blood against the DNA of Santana and then run it through the database? Is what I'm hearing, or
Yeah, once
am I
you take
wrong?
it in, yeah, that's for sure you'll be able to do that. So you'll be able to
Okay.
prove he was there at the cave, which would be very damning.
I will do that then. First, run it against what we have on Santana in terms of prints and stuff.
Yeah,
DNA,
I don't
and
think they have
also
his DNA on file, so it's
they
not
don't.
flag him. Like I said, they have his dental records and his fingerprints from his
Yeah,
time.
but we don't have fingerprints, so I'm running it to through the database then.
But you already have a fingerprint. That's what you found earlier. Remember
Yeah, it's
when
on the
you guys
plate.
rolled luck
Oh my god, I'm
doing the
sorry.
forensic house? Yeah. So your work already has paid off in terms of telling you that this is probably your guy. Now, if you want to place him at the cave, you'll run that blood and have that sequence so that you can make sure that you can prove it's him later.
Yeah.
So you can turn in that evidence, but basically, like, either way, this guy already has, a warrant out for him for being AWOL. And
Okay.
your boss has basically said, yes, bring this guy in.
All right. So how do we? Mariela is with us, right?
Yeah, Mariela would be there
Okay.
with you, I would think.
Okay.
Unless she goes
So
off
how do
something else.
we? How do we process? So there's a warrant on this guy. We need to get him as fast as possible. Mariela, the reserve more than we do. How do you think we should perhaps set this up? How can we mix your knowledge with ours so we get this done fast and well?
That is difficult to say for sure, seeing as how everything else has defied my knowledge and logic thus far. When did they say this guy disappeared again?
In 71.
So he'd be how old?
He is,
Is it in 47?
yeah, in his late 40s.
And that cave, or do we have like a picture of what this guy looks like? Well, I'm trying to figure out if he's like the person in the sand painting.
That person was Middle Eastern, I believe.
Yeah, that was a Middle Eastern fellow.
Okay, that was a different guy. Well, my logic would tell me that survival would be on this person's mind. It seems as though in the desert, the biggest risks would be heat and dehydration. The body needs water and can lose it extremely fast as the temperature swings. So I would imagine that he would stay near the river. It seems like it would be prudent to perhaps follow that, but I mean, I'm grasping at straws here.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm having problems. We can't just comb the entire area ourselves. We have to hope that they find him on the flyover, I guess.
It's too big of an area. It's too dangerous. And
Yeah.
if the person had any inclination, special forces to camouflage themselves, it would be incredibly difficult to spot them.
So
Is there any kid?
one thing you do know, Mariela, is that there are several other, Forest Service, Park Ranger members who are here on loan already. And one of the things that you can suggest, I suppose, would be that you kind of split them up between various search areas so that they can help to identify threats and or, potential like things that could hide a person, like make a person less easy to spot. Extra pairs of eyes spread you out. In terms of like how to approach this in general, what we can do is we can resolve this with a couple of roles if you want. I know, Richard, you have military science land. You can roll that to try and see how to like best, coordinate the massive manhunt that is about to definitely take place here. You're being sent. All the people and resources that Hobson can muster for you.
All right, I'll roll it. I rolled a 14 under 40.
Excellent. Okay. That's going to come into play. And then Judith, you were about to say something?
Yeah, I was asking Mariela if there's other cave or a cave system or anything, any hidden spot, basically. Like, is there a lot of cave, or that cave where the supposed ritual was taking place is rare in the area?
I would have to imagine land this size with the geological features it has. I mean, there's got to be hundreds of possibilities for somebody to hide.
That's not good for us, but we have to keep that in mind if we don't find them. Perhaps the locals know of other specific cave that are used for ritual again, and that would be the spot. So there's nothing we can do about that now, but I keep in mind that perhaps if we face a wall again, we could ask around. We could ask oh my god, we could ask the chief, for example, for other possible cave.
Yeah, and that's one of the first thing that occurs to all of you now is that you've got to get, this has just become a huge thing. You've got to get Colorados and Garrett on the same page with you. Richard, you think that you have a pretty good idea of how to like, split up the people that you think you're going to have very shortly, in terms of like making ideal groups to search. And you can probably figure out a decent perimeter around where you know this fellow was last, because you know he was there. So you can basically just like fan out a wide perimeter and close in and try to find him. Now it's it's mountain country, it's wild land. It's gonna be not easy, but if you keep within a reasonable distance of each other, you're probably going to be able to find him eventually. It's just a numbers game at that point. Judith, I think, what is your best between like bureaucracy or what the other one be? Law, for example, in terms of like something to help?
Bureaucracy is at 40. Between bureaucracy and law, bureaucracy is best. I do have, oh no, it won't be useful, but I do have 17 computer science, but...
Okay, yeah, you could actually also do that as well. If you want to follow up on the back end in terms of like coordinating, getting everything logistically where it needs to be, and also following up on all of this, kind of the weird loose hanging threads that you have.
Okay, so I roll for computer science?
Yeah, go ahead.
41.
That figures.
41. Wait. Yeah, 41 under 70.
Oh, under 70. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. So you are able to put in some requisitions to get, the extra things that you'll need: helicopters, military support, making sure that volunteers are equipped to defend themselves if they unfortunately come upon this gentleman in a not ideal way. What you are probably going to be telling people when you get the search going is that he is considered armed and extremely dangerous, and that they shouldn't necessarily be engaging him. Leave that to the professionals that are going to be coming in, the SWAT teams from the state police and all of that.
Okay.
People like you who are trained for that. You're going to have volunteers, you're going to be having park rangers, you're going to be having tribal police, everybody's gonna be out looking for this guy.
Okay. Just don't act heroic, basically.
Yeah. All right. So, what are we doing about Major Garrett and Chief Colorados?
Or they're not at the hospital, right?
Chief Colorados is because he's checking on his deputy.
Yeah, I guess I would go in there and check up on that.
It's a bad day for my community.
Is he gonna live?
Yeah, he'll be all right.
Well, that's good news. We've got a full manhunt going on for this Emmanuel Santana, who we believe is the killer and the shooter.
Santana?
Emmanuel Santana, yes, it was special army special forces.
Yeah.
Have you heard of him? Or
I have. Yeah, he honestly he came back to the res a while back. And we just kind of ignored the fact that he was here. He's a good man. He, you know, decided that he didn't want to live in civilization anymore, and he just kind of lived as a hermit in the desert. And most of the time, the only time we'd see him is if he found somebody wandering around that was lost in the desert. He'd bring him back out.
do you know if he ever visited the Begay family or John Rope?
The Begays knew him. Yeah.
That makes sense because there was a print on one of their plates that was found at the scene.
So you're saying that Santana did all this?
We believe it's Santana, yeah. That's what we're operating under.
It doesn't fit with the man that I knew, but okay. If you say
Well,
so.
I served time in the army as well. I know what it does to your mind.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, if you say so. I mean, I'd say try to take him alive, but I know if the army and everybody that he was trying to escape from comes for him, I imagine that even if he didn't do all of this, he'd be dangerous. So.
Well, not you, Chief. The chances of him willingly coming alive are there none. There's no chance. We're probably gonna have to put him down.
Okay.
He's not the man you knew. He's just a rabid dog right now.
Can this week get any worse?
Well, I certainly hope not.
All right. Well, whatever you need from us, you have it. This needs to be over as soon as possible.
Yep, I would say just coordinate your men with the manhunt. That's all we need. Just more eyes on it out there.
Okay.
Then I would
Well.
leave him to his deputy. And then I would sigh, and then I would call it Major Garrett.
It's probably like one of those things where he picks up almost immediately. He's like, "Oh, Agent Sappington, I was just about to call y'all." So that was exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't what I wanted it to be, but like I knew it was a good idea to bring you in.
So what are we doing now? I mean, we lost the guy, right?
Well, we believe he's still out there somewhere, potentially wounded, without supplies. It is Emmanuel Santana, former Army Special Forces. We've got an entire manhunt, and of course, you're welcome to join in.
Oh, absolutely.
I
We
didn't
need
think
to
that
get
would be a
this guy.
problem.
Man. So you got a hit on him. Well, that's great. It's good to be able to put a name to all of this and hopefully get it wrapped up and put to bed.
Yep, he is
Everybody
armed
wants.
dangerous, and we don't believe he's coming. He's coming in alive, unfortunately.
All right. We will bring all of our resources to bear.
Oh, we know you will, Major.
So just tell me when and where, and we'll get this show on the road.
Yep, there's a manhunt. We're concentrating it around that cave that we were in, and yep, you are welcome to join in with everyone.
All right. Bring my boys.
Yep, bring everything you got.
Okay, so within a few hours, you guys, you have, off-road vehicles, you have, extra men with guns, you have all sorts of extra supplies, you have a couple of extra helicopters beyond the one allocated to the state police around here, and the manhunt begins. All right, so where do you intend to be for this? I guess is probably the biggest thing.
I mean, he had the car out of that cave. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. So I would go near the cave and I guess just walk north.
Okay, so you're gonna be leading a team. Are you all sticking together on the same team?
Well, I would hope my partner will come with me, and then Mariela, which we don't actually have control over, can do as she likes.
Yeah, I'm coming with Sappington.
All right, Mariela, what's your part gonna be in this lovely manhunt?
I mean, I feel like I can perhaps maybe help kind of coordinate things and kind of the sense of like, what areas we can access the safest, avoid ravines in case of flash floods or whatever the case may be.
Yep.
Just to kind of give advice in that manner, but also sort of try my best to sort of keep track of the area that we've covered already so that we can sort of fan out in a strategic manner. Because I could imagine it would be pretty easy to get, turned around and lost and so on and so forth.
Definitely. So are you keeping with the agents that you've been kind of keeping an eye on?
I think that's for the best. I think it's
Okay.
the
Alright.
easiest thing.
I mean, I wanted to
You
come
guys are in the
along.
field.
I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
got commander to do so.
All right. So Agent Sappington is bringing you and probably Richard, probably a couple of other teams as well,
Okay.
that will fan out trying to like track from where you last know where he was, like trying to see if you can pick up a trail around that area. You also have, with all of the support you have set up a perimeter roadblocks on the highway. People have been rerouted entirely off Route 70. You have just like a whole cordon area, and you are having them slowly, methodically close in so that when, if you guys don't find him, the search area gets smaller and smaller as time goes on. Okay, so what I want is for you guys to roll me. I'll have my agents roll me search, and I'll have Mariela roll me survival. And I'm going to also roll for a couple of other teams
Nice.
will be in the area with you.
I got a 6 under 60.
97 over 50 failure.
I got a 33 under 70.
Oh boy. Okay, so Mariela is able to pick up a trail that she thinks may actually be Santana's trail. It's not right near the cave, but as you get a little bit further out from it, she thinks that maybe she's found some tracks. You guys follow that, and you begin to see a trail further on. There is, like, you see some blood, Richard, at one point, against a stone. And you're pretty certain at this point that you were on the right track. So, what are you doing at this point then?
I would tell everyone to get their firearms ready.
Okay. Are you going to call that in?
Yep.
Okay. So you call that in to some other teams who are nearby because they were really not doing well at all. And they reposition. So they move to try to concentrate more in line with the direction that you have found. I'm going to go ahead and have you all make alertness checks as you continue to move forward now, because you're certain that you're on the right trail. Now you don't know how close you are. It depends on how fast he decided to move when he left, right? And you don't know if he has a hidey hole near here besides the one that he was clearly holed up in already.
I got a 10 under 50.
All right, Mariela.
Oh, sorry.
The bad news is I got 77 over 60.
Oh boy, critical failure. Okay.
Your turn to get shot.
Yeah, and then Judith.
I think I'm on a roll because I got a 44.
Ooh,
Okay.
please roll.
That's excellent.
Yeah, it won't last. It won't last.
Yeah, so as you continue forward, following the trail that you have found, you could have easily missed this, but you see, because, all of you except Mariela are, like, extra on alert, I guess. And Judith, you're able to stop Mariela before she walks into something that she was not prepared for, which was a human-made snare. Okay. So you see basically like a really thin tripwire snare that is blocking off a path into a cave that is like the entrance is so low you could easily have missed it. It's kind of overhung with some branches like a deadfall. So it's he's tried to hide this, and you think that this is definitely somewhere where he went fairly recently after he was shot. You don't know where it leads. This is going to be fairly dangerous. Do you go in or do you wait for backup?
I would say good work, Judith. And are we able to disarm this trap or?
Yeah. Once you see it, it's easy.
Okay. And yeah, I'm going in. I think we have a team with us, right?
Yes, you probably have a couple of people with you. Do you have any particular care about who they are?
I do not know.
All right. So let's say there is a tribal volunteer and one of Major Garrett's boys is with you.
That's perfect. One of each.
Yep. All
And
right.
yeah, I tell everyone that we're moving in.
All right, let's go then. Let's get this done.
Okay. You head in. I'm gonna need another alertness roll since you are
Okay.
going into the dark. I assume you're going to use your lights.
Yeah, so we have flashlights, right? So, anyways.
Yep.
I have a feeling I'm gonna fail this one.
Nope. 86 over 50.
I got an 80.
Well, there are fumbles though. That's good. Your critical failures.
And Mariela?
22 under 60. Yeah.
Excellent.
She came
Okay,
back.
so this time it's
We
Mariela
exchange.
who sees the trap advance, and is able to stop you before you guys basically trigger a rockfall that is ready to, happen if you pass underneath it. All you would have to do is, brush one of these triggers, and there's some rocks poised above that would just fall. Like if you just shouldered this branch that's holding them up, and you're pretty sure it's not going to block the passage, so you just go ahead and like set it off, because it's way too dangerous to leave. But it definitely makes some noise.
Let's say it's loud. Did we hear like somebody reacting to the noise?
Nope.
Okay.
Don't hear anything. Are you going on? Are you radioing in? There is several passages that go off from here. You see there's a left fork, there is a right fork, and the right fork branches.
Well, I don't need the radio. Yeah, right. I already told people to come to the cave.
Okay.
And you said left or right?
And you can, split up if you want to. That comes with its own disadvantages as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell the local and the two local ones to go down to the left and we'll go down the right.
Okay.
With Mariela and Alice, or Mariela and Judith and I will go down the right. They will go down the left.
All right. So
we shall live or die together.
Yep. Okay. That's not bad for them. Okay.
I feel bad for the volunteer. He's probably gonna die with that agent.
50-50.
Like, just go over there. Just go over there.
So as you head off down the right, which then you go a little ways and you need to choose a fork, right? But about when you're getting to the fork and kind of carefully looking each way, you hear the sound of gunfire behind you off the left-hand path. So now that's compelling.
Goodbye, volunteer, I guess.
Well, no, we have to go back. That means the guy's on the left side.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like the cave like wraps around to the left path, does it?
Do you have geology or survival? Actually, yeah, Mariela has survival.
Yeah, Mariela, does this cave loop around? Can you examine for us?
I can certainly try. I got a 19 under 60.
All right. You kind of look at like the way that things are bending off to like the nearer hand path in that direction, and you think that maybe, now you can't be certain, you've never been in this cave system, but you think that maybe, so there is a chance that if you go around that way, you can get behind him.
Yeah, I think that's our best chance. What do you guys think of catching from behind?
Mariela will nod and hope that, at the very least, even if it's not a complete pathway, maybe it would give them enough enough room to shoot a bullet through, maybe.
Yeah, it's a lot better than us blundering into the same gunfire. All right, yeah, I guess I'll take us around the left. I hope it goes to the left path.
Okay. So you follow that around. You do hear the state police and the volunteer returning gunfire. So they are still alive.
Okay. Makes me feel better.
Yep. And it's kind of hard to hear where anything is coming from echoing in these caves, but you can tell that because, the agents at least know the sound of firearms enough to know that that's definitely, not a rifle being returned fire. And long arms inside of a cave is a difficult thing to do. So you kind of wonder where he's posted up. So you're being very careful as you head forward. Go ahead and roll me your alertness at add 20%.
Okay.
Yeah.
That gives me a 70. 30 under 70.
All right.
Thank you for the 20% because I had originally 70, and with the 20 I got 90, and I rolled 82.
Wonderful. Okay. How's Mariela doing?
I still failed. I got 84 over 80.
Oh man. Mariela's just not having like the best day in terms of like
She's a little inconsistent.
seeing what's coming at her. Yeah.
It's fair. She's out of her depth.
Yeah. All right. So you come around a corner and in the narrow passages here, and the walls are kind of wet and slick. And you see up ahead, you see what you think is the flash of some army fatigues. And yep, that would be him, but he darts out of sight because he sees your lights.
Okay.
So you have come around the other way, and it looks like you weren't necessarily behind him when your cavern there looped around. It kind of teed to where he was, so he was giving himself two different ways to back up as he engaged, and so he chooses the other path. So now you're not behind him, but you have seen him, and he didn't see you first, which is really good.
So I don't believe that he knows I'm there.
He knows someone was
coming
around because he saw the lights, so he pulled back. But he doesn't know where all of you are, and there are other branching corridors. Now, granted, he knows this place. Probably
Yeah.
you don't.
Do I see the two other people?
You see a muzzle flash as they return fire again.
Okay.
So, yep.
So yeah, stop firing. He went further in.
And they'd be like, okay, we're here. And they kind of like back up, keeping behind cover, and they let you sort of take the lead.
Yeah, I guess I have to very cautiously move forward. I mean, I know he's firing down in, so I try to move forward, bouncing off cover or best I can.
All right. So I'm going to roll for a couple of other things that are happening simultaneously.
Yep, we just had to bring everyone, didn't we?
So you hear a gigantic, clatter of rocks from somewhere, an entirely separate area of the cave from where you've been engaging, and you think that one of the other teams that is out here with you may have fallen afoul of a different trap. In the meantime, but that means they are in the cave system as well. So how they're faring now, who knows? Go ahead and give me, actually, Richard, go ahead and give me a military tactics.
Okay.
See how well you do trying to close in.
65 over 40. Nope.
Okay. You don't really have a good bead on, where he's going and what the best approach is. You're just trying to keep in cover. Mariela, me either a survival or something else if you think that might be appropriate in this area.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do survival. Oh, nice. I got a 90 over 60.
Okay.
That's not nice. What are you talking about?
And then Judith, why don't you go ahead and give me a what have you got? I know you don't have military science land, right?
No, I don't.
Do you have navigate?
Yeah, I have 15 navigates.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and try and give me a navigate?
Okay.
This will be at minus 20% though, but it's
Oh my god.
You can do it.
Are you sure about that?
I roll on every die.
I roll a 60.
Oh, okay. What was your navigate?
50.
50. Okay.
So
Darn. Yeah, no. You all feel a little bit out of your depth in this cave. You think that's by design.
Mhm.
But you continue pressing forward. Let's see here. Okay. Whew. Okay. Why don't you all go ahead and roll me an alertness real quick.
Okay.
Sorry, roll what?
Alertness.
All right.
92 over 50 failure.
Yeah, 33 under 60.
Excellent.
Good. No rock slide for us.
I got 23 under 70, I think.
Okay. All right.
Wait. 70? Wait. Yeah.
Well, bad news, Richard. You are getting shot again.
Yeah, of
Oh my god.
You take another 5 points of damage. Are you below 2 hit points at this point?
I am at 3.
Okay, good. You are not doing well.
No.
Any more damage, and you think that you will be potentially not getting up again. So you are now suppressed, and you are going to keep to cover. Let me see how your other teams are faring. All right. Well, that's pretty good. Okay. All right. So you hear other voices echoing around the caverns. You hear 2 different teams trying to, like figure out what's going on in this dark. They hear, the one people clearly have at least one person who is injured in a rockfall and are struggling, but you hear another team that is trying to close into this cave system from another entrance coming towards you. And you have the deputy behind you. Well, no, the tribal volunteer, rather. And the statey. Let's see how they're doing. Not great. All right, let's see. Yep. Okay. Good to know. Judith and Mariela. What is your approach right now? Richard's just been shot.
I want to try to administer first aid to Richard. It's also my excuse to not advance on this guy anymore.
Right?
I think I'm trying to rationalize to myself, whether true or not, that we perhaps have this guy on the back foot. And as he's retreating deeper into this cave, despite the fact that he has all this preparation, he is running from us. There is more of us than there is him. And I'm kind of hoping that he's the cornered animal, even though it certainly feels like we are. And I just want to make sure that Richard doesn't bleed out right now.
Definitely. Go ahead and roll me first aid.
I want to make sure I don't bleed out too.
73 over 60.
Uh-huh.
Well, at least it's not a critical failure. So that's good.
I'm nervous. My hands are shaking.
Yep. All right. Judith, what are you doing?
I'm throwing a flashbang.
Oh,
I've
okay.
been wanting to throw one since the last thing. So it's not too far, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to throw that.
Just need to give a pain thumbs up.
Yeah, I don't even ask. I just straight up. I mean, if it's we will be flashed. So close your eyes. Close your eyes, guys. I'm going to throw a flashbang. What do I roll?
So you want to roll your athletics?
Please be good to me.
Don't flashbang.
Yes, I got an 18.
All right.
Under 70.
Okay. All right. Let me roll to see if he hears you.
No. He's getting flash.
He says no.
He won't see anything for a bit. I've decided.
Just tell the GM no.
Yeah, no.
Come on,
Okay.
it's
So
my flashbang.
he was all ready to shoot one of your volunteers back there who is like way out of position.
Mm-hmm.
Not realizing, angles in a cave. And he is fully flashbanged.
Let's go.
So yeah, he can't see anything right now, which is good for you. Doesn't mean he's entirely not dangerous, but he probably won't be shooting any guns with any accuracy at this point. So, and with that flash, like in sort of the aftermath of it, as you time it, because that's a really good roll. So I'm gonna give this to you. You kind of see like where he's at
Okay.
because you land that. You turn away for a second, you turn back, and you get this like lingering impression of like where it is that he is you know
In the
brushed up
system.
against.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Mm.
you can get over there if you want. You can call out his position.
So he's there's another team shooting, right? Is that what
Yeah,
I
so
understand? Okay.
you have two people behind you,
Okay.
and then there is another team that is closing in behind him, it sounds like. And then there's a team that's been waylaid, but they're off in the other, kind of like the direction that you didn't end up going at all.
Mm-hmm.
They're off that way.
I'm gonna talk you walkie-talkie
Hmm.
to the teams. I think I got a glimpse of the man after throwing my flashbang. He's what did you say? Was it against the wall or something?
Yeah, he's got some cover against a wall. He's up ahead of you. Um, you guess where they're at, trying to give them, directions to like come up behind him.
Okay, so there's a way you guys could come up behind him and we stick to our position with closing in on him. We do have a man down, so there's only 4 of us who could shoot, but one of us is also taking care of our man down. So we have to make quick work of that, close in on him by the direction I gave you, and we're going to lock him up in a corner. But be wary that he has a cover. He's not in plain sight. He has a cover.
All right. So as you're saying all of that, let's see how they're doing. Moving through the caverns. They're trying to follow your direction, so they're going to get a little bit of a bonus. The other team can also hear you. Let's see if they send some of their people. They would. Let's see how they do. Ooh, yeah, okay. All right. So you have some more people coming up the T that you're now just in front of, from behind you. It looks like they were a couple people down too, probably someone injured and someone tending to the injured person. But they come up and join you, kind of reinforcing your position. A couple of them go ahead and move forward because they heard he was flashbang. And then the people behind, they ran into some trouble. They are struggling a little. Okay, yeah, so it looks like they've been waylaid, the ones that were going to come up behind him. But you have some brave souls. Let's see, let me just see. Yeah, this is, okay, so this is the team with Chief Colorados that has finally caught up to you.
Okay.
He's leading them, and then he has some of the other folks with him. He presses forward. He seems to be determined to end this, and he is now engaged with Santana.
Okay.
And we are back to Richard now.
So he's I was gonna say I was gonna take a shot, but if Colorado's is on top of him, I can't really do that.
Yeah, you probably have to roll sand to just be able to like, or you can roll willpower or spend sand. You can spend a sand to just be like, I'm just powering through.
Yeah, I think I would I'm already established I'm an idiot, so I'm gonna spend the willpower and I'm gonna join Colorado's and trying to overpower this guy.
Right.
I know who's gonna die first.
Okay, so you're up on Mariela. Your target of your first aid has gone further into danger. You are also you have a bunch of guys with you now, other people. What are you doing?
Okay. Well, I feel like this is probably just our best chance. We got to keep pressing the advantage. So I'm just going to go ahead and follow after Judith if Judith goes in further. But I don't want to be next in line to get shot right after Richard,
Right.
which is what I'm assuming is exactly what would happen. This person could probably throw a rock at Richard and kill him at this point. So
Pretty much, yeah. So you are readying to like keep on
support
doing
Judith.
deals.
Call it
Okay.
support Judith.
Okay. All right. Then we are back around to you, Judith. What would you like to do?
I will follow up too, but I will somehow keep a distance to. I mean, I will not rush. I will keep a distance to see everyone in front. To have a. I mean, it's a cave, so you can really have a bigger view. And I will keep an eye on Richard. Try to. Well, I'm supported by Mariela, and I support Richard in that situation.
And,
But
and all the guys that are with you are coming up behind you as well. So it seems like everybody's
yeah,
closing in.
yeah, I don't think it's a good idea. But if they want to die, they
The
can go
corridor
for
is
it.
now
Yeah.
packed.
I did my action of the game. I threw my flashbang. That's
Mhm,
all I
good.
wanted to do. So they
And it
can
was
die.
very effective.
It was.
Yeah, he's still blinded. Um,
Nice.
so what happens now is let's see actually. Okay. Well, that's not great. So that's good. I mean that's good for Chief Colorado's. Okay. So Santana pulls out a knife from his belt and tries to take a slash at Chief Colorado's. But because he is blinded, um, it misses terribly, which is really good because yeah, he's a dangerous man. And Chief Colorado's is going to try to get a handle on this guy because he would like to bring him in alive. But that is not happening for Chief Colorado's right now. Okay. Mariela, you are right up behind Judith. You guys are in close proximity. However, Chief Colorado's is trying to grapple with this gentleman. Not his best life choice. But I mean, he doesn't really know what's going on, and neither do you, and he's a good guy. So believes in the goodness of Emmanuel Santana.
Chief Colorado held at gunpoint by
No,
okay.
no.
So they
Santana has a
misunderstood.
knife in his hand, and
Okay.
Chief Colorado's is trying to physically grapple with him and contain him.
Is there a way to shoot like a limb of Santana?
Yeah, you could try to shoot the arm that's holding the knife, for example. You could totally do that.
I will try that if that's okay.
It will be a firearms roll at -20 because you are trying to aim specifically for a spot. Don't critically fail, and it won't be a bad thing. If you critically fail, there is a chance that you might hit Chief Colorado's. There's a chance.
Okay, I'm gonna try anyway.
All right.
Oh, 26.
Okay.
And so -20 is where is firearm? 30.
Okay, great. So you hit. All right. And go ahead and roll me some damage. How much you did.
So let me check my firearm. Pistol.
Probably a 1d.
Yeah, 1d. I did a 6.
Okay. 6 damage. Yeah, that's enough to get him to drop the knife. You basically crippled that arm because you were making a cold shot to his limb. All right, well that will help. That will help Chief Colorado's. It is his turn. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, he grabs hold of Chief Colorado's instead now, and he throws him against the wall. Let's see. I'm gonna need a different die for that because that's not a firearms roll. All right. You hear Chief Colorado's kind of oof really hard as he hits the wall, and he's still on his feet and he rolls away. He kind of rolls to try and be out of arm's reach because this did not quite go the way he intended. So that is his reaction to being slammed into the wall. And so he gets kind of like to where he's not quite grappling with Santana. They're both still in close proximity, but they are not engaged now, which is good for you guys. That means it is now Mariela's turn.
I'm really glad that he threw him away, so now I can justify using a firearm on Mr. Santana. I don't know if I can. I assume I can. I'm going to try to just pull and shoot.
Yep.
I only have a 40% though, so let's do it.
Go for it.
42.
It like dings like really close by his shoulder, but just doesn't quite hit him. Maybe the ricochet hits him, but he doesn't notice. All right. Richard, it is your turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna fire at him. I'm pretty close, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do I get a bonus for being close?
Yeah, because you are right up in his business. Like
Yep.
you were right behind Chief Colorado at that point.
Mm-hmm. So is that what, 20% or?
Mhm.
Okay, that gives me a 70. I rolled a 20 under 70.
Excellent. Give me
yep.
some damage.
Okay, and I roll my d10. I did a 1.
Oh, jeez.
Damn.
Yep, you graze him. You graze right past his temple. You're like, oh, dang. That just been a little bit, more eccentric. All right. Let me see how the deputies. There's a deputy. Was with Colorado's. God, he misses. The Sadie who was with you. Please don't roll off the table dice. Oh, okay. That might be a hit. Yep. Yep, it is. All right. So the deputy who was with you guys, the Sadie, he plants one right in Emmanuel Santana's chest, like upper torso area. And Santana staggers and kind of falls back against the wall. And it's not quite like right where the heart is, but it's close, You guys are like, ooh, that's gotta be it, right? Like that's gotta be the whole story, right?
Mhm.
This is still, happening all in the next few seconds. Let's see what the others do as well. That's not good. Okay. So your tribal volunteer totally misses. And that is a critical failure. Good thing nobody else is near him. Let's see. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, the ricochet doesn't hit anyone. And then there was one other person with Colorado's. Let's see how they do. Ooh, I guess he knows how to pick them. Okay. See what they get. Okay, so that is another few damage. Not quite as in as lethal a place, but that like clips him in his other shoulder. And you see him start to like slide down the wall, right? You think this guy is done for. Now it is Judith's turn.
Well, we don't want him dead normally, so I'm going to.
I mean, Colorado's doesn't want him dead. I don't know about the rest of you.
Well, we would like to ask question, no?
Yeah,
I mean, outside of the fact that it killed people, there's also very weird thing and things like that that needs answer, I feel. I mean, personally, Judith don't want him dead, so she's going to do since he's against the wall, a bit shocked, I guess. Does an armed combat work when I want to rush him and pull him down on the ground to get his arm out of the way, just like you arrest someone? Does an armed combat work for that, or is it something else?
I mean, you could get up there and try to start engaging with him. He's been shot very badly. You would think that it's going to shortly be fatal. But
so maybe
he's a
not.
very dangerous person. You can rush up on him, but you wouldn't be able to actually like grapple him successfully until your next round. So
Okay.
factor that into your calculation.
I'm thinking. I'm going to get closer, but not too close. Just, I'm not doing any specific action this time. I feel like if I shot him.
So what you can do is you can close to where you are basically like almost point blank range. Like Richard wasn't like exactly like within arm's reach of him, but still pretty much point blank range. So you can get alongside him.
Okay, so I'm going to get to a certain point blank, but still keeping a distance. I'm not giving him a chance of spooking me and getting my weapon.
Yep. Okay. So
And that's my turn.
Just behind Richard, like just behind his shoulder.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. All right. So Manuel Santana slumps to the ground, and then in the very next instant he stands back up in a disturbing way.
I should have shot him.
I mean, maybe. Yeah, in a disturbing way. Where it's almost like it's not the way a human would naturally move, right? It's like someone trying to relearn how to walk, almost is what it looks like, as he gets himself back up to his feet. Just not in the way a person would, you know? And he shouldn't be doing that anyway, because he was just basically shot in the chest. All right, guys. That brings it to Mariela. What you gonna do?
Okay. I am gonna have to shoot at this guy, and I think Mariella is just gonna kind of scream. She's just like, the tension is so high, like her emotions are elevated beyond everything that like she's ever experienced or could imagine in her lifetime. So she's just and just starts squeezing the trigger.
All right, go ahead and roll me firearms.
Trying again, firearms. I got a 9, which is under 40.
Excellent. Roll your damage.
Cool. So I do a D10 for damage. I get a 3.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Go ahead and roll me luck, because I assume that like any firearms training you've had has kind of told you to aim for center mass.
Yeah, I would
roll me
imagine.
luck. Yeah.
64.
Okay. So he takes that damage and he does not fall still. And you are really not sure why, because he should have stopped moving by this point. Richard.
Oh boy. Well, I just saw a guy get back up. I'm gonna
Yeah, you need to actually, you all need to roll sanity.
say, do we have to do sanity?
Because at this point, I mean, it's dark, it's weird, but you're pretty sure that.
I mean, I'm looking right at him, so.
Yeah.
Well, I got a 56 under 62.
All right. You are all right.
I got a 73 over 59.
Okay.
60.
You are taking, let's see, 2 sanity damage.
Okay. 9 minus 2, 7.
And Mariela?
I got 60, which would have been tied, but I've lost sanity, so failure.
Alas. Okay, let's see how many you lose. Ouch. 4. That's no fun. And this is from Unnatural. You've just seen the dead rise.
Okay. I held myself together. I
You
mean,
did. You can act.
What else am I gonna do but pull the trigger on my gun again? All right. That'll be 70 with the bonus. I rolled a 47.
All right. Roll me some damage.
I rolled a 4.
Excellent. And then roll me luck.
Okay. I got a 29 under 50.
Excellent. Okay. This body falls. Like it has had its strings cut. Just collapses immediately to the ground. Like whatever was holding it up is no longer doing so. Apparently, you shot him in just the right place.
I think I was still trying to put his arms behind his back because I don't know what I just saw. So I'm going to try to restrain him. I don't care. I'm going to restrain him with the handcuffs. Anyways.
Yeah. And once you, like, by the time you get done with that, you realize that yes, he's actually dead.
Okay. Then I remember I just got shot, so I just kind of probably just fall on my butt and then really tired.
All right. Yeah, you have survived the encounter. Everything seems to be calm again.
Except for me putting one in his skull.
Yeah. I mean, that's totally fair. Mariela comes up and just like empties one.
Just pop, pop. You're like, okay, enough.
Double tap. Right? Is that the Zombieland theme?
Exactly, double tap.
All right. So you guys are able to get this body out of the caves. You all reconvene. Agent Hobson has come down from Phoenix and meets you at
The
at
hospital?
the hospital. Yes, where you've had to take Richard, regardless of what
Please?
else might happen. Yeah. And Richard, you're going to be laid up for a little while.
That's all
'Cause
right.
barely walking wounded at this point. Yeah. And he says, I got the strangest call from Air Force intelligence, and they said they're taking over. They're taking over the remains apparently. So I don't know what that's all about, but at least this is all over. Good job, agents. And well, you all take some time off now. And Miss Godinez, thank you very much for your assistance and your help in keeping my agents alive. Greatly appreciate it.
I'm just hoping no more people go missing in the desert.
God, let's hope.
I'm hoping
I
that's
want to
really
think about that. All right.
So, so the case is taken over, right?
Mm-hmm.
In some, and we get no explanation whatsoever. I mean, we just saw. I think I saw something that I will never forget, and we don't get any information, anything.
No, not from Hobson. You're just kind of, left in the lurch after that. You're given commendations, pats on the head, good job, letters in your file.
Oh,
It's
this is
a
great.
boon to your career, but in terms of like explanations for what the hell you just witnessed, not really. No.
Do they tell us to keep it quiet, or?
I mean, you're never allowed to talk to the press.
Yeah, I mean that,
But
but
yeah.
even to colleague, or is it really between Sappington, Godinez, and I?
And we didn't even tell him what happened. We didn't say the dead got back up.
Yeah, no, you didn't tell him.
There,
I mean, I don't think Hobson.
there were other people in the cave who saw
That's
that.
true.
So.
Yeah. Probably Chief Colorado says you guys are all like, trying to recuperate from this trauma, hanging around the hospital, making sure Richard's going to make it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Chief Colorado's comes and says, what even was that exactly?
Clearly was not human anymore, and I personally think that if they're taking the kids over, they know things we don't, or I don't know, it doesn't seem. I hope there's no more business of that sort in the area, so you stay safe, but I'm thinking a cult, a really creepy cult, is what I think. But if they're not giving us information, I mean, it might be more than that to me. Judith I feel like my character will become really paranoid after that.
I mean, that's fair, isn't it?
Yeah, like she's gonna start reading occult book or something.
I mean, it might be all the hospital drugs I'm on, but Air Force intelligence, that makes me think of UFOs.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, right. I really want to say that tomorrow I will have forgot everything about that, but I feel like it's going to haunt me forever. So
Oh, it will.
yeah,
That's
guess
absolute certainty.
Something
therapy is the way.
something tells me this is a military cover-up kind of a thing. They want to
Oh,
seize
definitely.
they want to seize control of it, keep it quiet, make sure that their department looks as good as possible afterward. They don't want everybody thinking the American heroes are cannibals.
Yeah. Well,
Exactly. Yeah.
that was not the man I knew in there. Absolutely. I don't know what happened, but that wasn't him.
Yeah,
But
and
it sounds like everybody who came in contact with whatever this influence is, they all became unrecognizable to people. This, to quote that note, sounds like Braverman wasn't the first and won't be the last.
yeah, I agree. And I feel like they weren't even people in the end. But yeah, as I say, if they're taking the kids over, they won't even say anything more to us. like Sappington and I were out of it. They will do everything to keep us out of the loop now. We've seen too much for them, so in a way or another, they try to keep us quiet.
No,
I
I'm just
fear.
gonna keep my eye on the news. If I see anything that matches, I'll probably look into it myself. I'm not just gonna let it
Yeah.
end there.
You know that
Yeah,
big
that's the right
rock
one.
we found in the cave? They took that too.
Mm.
They what?
They took the rock that you found that we took
Oh,
down. Yeah.
oh my god. So yeah.
Well, we needed somebody to sled it anyways. That's fine.
I mean,
Is it
I don't
really?
really want to be responsible for that, but you know, it definitely, like you were saying, smacks of some kind of weird government cover-up.
Well, yeah. It won't be the first time they cover something anyway, so we might be FBI agent, but we cannot, I mean, personally I can't lie. They try to cover things sometimes.
Well, I
So
don't see what the big deal is personally. We can't let people know this stuff happened anyways.
to
Well,
some extent, I guess.
Who would believe if you said anything? I mean, a coyote spirit led me to him. Who's going to buy that?
No one. It was
Oh,
just
yeah.
a man who returned from the army. He returned wrong. We put him down. We got the guy. We won the day. There's no need to be depressed, everyone. I mean, I was the one that got shot. I mean, I'm fine. Why, you guys need to calm down.
you're on the good stuff, aren't you?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do my
Well,
best to forget all of this happened, and that won't exactly be easy because my community has been deeply impacted by this. But you know, I'm gonna do my
yeah.
best.
Sorry about that. I hope that it doesn't go any further, like that it stops here and that whatever they're covering up, they manage to kill it at the source as fast as possible.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you all for your help. If you need anything, I'm around. Obviously, these Agent Sappington, you're going to be here for a little while.
Thank you for your help too.
Take care. And Chief Colorado's leaves, and then you know, about when you guys are probably thinking you should head out and give Richard some like time to actually sleep and recover. Somebody dressed like a doctor walks into the room. Everybody go ahead and make me like a human or psychoanalysis, whichever is better for you guys.
I
don't like this.
You said that.
You mean, or what did you say?
Human or psychoanalysis, whichever is better.
Can I make it at a disadvantage in my drug state?
You probably should, yes.
Okay, I'll take 20% off.
Oh, I got a 10.
Nice.
Okay, so I have a 40. I got a freaking 10 under 40.
I got a 1 then.
And Mariela?
Yeah, I got like a 54 over 10, so no.
Okay. So you're just like, oh, it's a doctor. Okay. There's
That's
a
a
lot of people
doctor.
around here. Yeah. The other two of you immediately clock the fact that like this lady, number one, she appears to be you know, a person of color of the sort that is not the common sort around here. So this is a black woman with like dreadlock hair. And her shoes are way too nice to be doctor shoes. So she has a doctor coat on and a name badge and everything. But you got this like weird little feeling in your agent part of you, your brain, that says this is probably not a doctor. And she says, "Oh, hello, agents and Ranger. Good to see you."
Are you Air Force Intelligence?
No. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's not me.
He's on some heavy medication.
I'm
You're
on,
clearly a doctor.
yes, but I can
Continue.
still clearly say this is not a doctor, or at least not a
Do
doctor
you
in this
say
place.
that?
Yeah, I would say it's clearly not a doctor in this place.
Yeah, I have to follow up on that. Who are you?
You can call me Miss Green. Pleasure to meet you. I see you got my note.
Wait, are you
Your
the one that
notes.
left that note on our car?
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
You couldn't have left a
okay.
note that said the guy was going to get back up after we shot him?
I mean, I don't know that we were sure that would happen. But we have been tracking this particular case for a while. Look, the people that that sort of took over your case from you, well, let's put it this way. The idea of government operatives exploiting alien technology probably was something that sounded like bullshit to you a month ago, right?
Yeah, a bit, but after what we've seen, I'm personally willing to listen.
Yeah, that's definitely happening, and I'm not with those people. The people that I work with are more like firefighters, actually. We put out the fires before anyone can smell the smoke. You guys did some good
Okay.
work in the field here. If you think that you'd be up for being a part of that, I'm here so that you can let me know if that's the case. But I need you to not say yes unless you're sure, because once you're in, you can't really be out.
So you're saying that whoever took our case want to exploit some alien technology? Am I hearing right?
Yes,
And you make sure they don't.
we try. Honestly, they have resources we don't. The biggest thing that we are interested in is making sure that stuff like what you were just fighting doesn't get out of hand and cause the kind of chaos that this thing has been causing as we've tried to chase it across the United States.
Okay, some sort of secret society. Are you a cult? Is this a
I'm
cult?
I'm 100% in. And I start trying to get up.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
You get down.
You need to heal. You need to heal.
You stay put.
Ah.
Even if you're in, you can stay put anyway. So I need an answer to my question. Is it a cult
No,
in some way?
we are not a cult. We do not
Okay.
worship or even condone the existence of any of these things that are stuck
Okay.
in the shadows of our world. We have
Good.
spent collectively the last 70 years saving the world from this shit.
So you know things, you have answer to question also, right?
Some,
You know
yeah.
a bit some, okay.
No, Judith, you wanted an explanation. It sounds like if we follow along with this, you'll get that.
I'm kind of
if you're
I
the
turn
sort
to
of
Mariela.
person, yes.
Mariela, what do you make of this? Because I feel like I'm saying double. I won't lie. And she sit down. Yeah, sit down because she's kind of woozy, doozy. I don't know the word, but basically her head
Woozy
is
is
not
good.
doing woozy. So
Yes, how about you, Miss Godinez?
I also have a clarifying question that may sound ridiculous, but it's highly important. Do you or any of the other members of your organization, I guess, are you or can you turn into a coyote?
She looks like really confused at that. No? And why are you asking that?
Well, I feel as though I was led to Mr. Santana's location by a coyote, leaving me clues. So that would be a lot easier to take if I knew it was one of your, I don't know, one of your little secret techniques, like leaving notes on our cars. But
No, that wasn't us either. And that wasn't whatever was going on with Santana. That sounds like something else. And I can look into that, but I wouldn't be able to tell you more unless you wanted to be part of what we're part of. So what it really comes down to, agents and Ranger, is are you the sort of person who needs to know? Because if you are, then I feel at this point you've been exposed to something very unusual that most people will hopefully, if we are doing our jobs right, never in their life have to experience. And if you can't leave it be, you're going to be forever unsatisfied with what has happened here and what more you might not know. But if you don't really want those answers because they come at a price, then this is the point where you need to decide that for yourself.
This is probably the stupidest thing I've ever said in my entire life. I'm in.
Oh, this is. I mean, if you had never come, I wouldn't even question. I mean, I would be plagued with questions, but that would be it. But now that I know there's an organization, how do you want us to say no? That's unfair somehow. So I'm in too, I guess. Don't really have a choice, to be honest. I fear.
Well, you do have a choice, but yeah, whether
Yeah,
your own
don't blame
nature
me.
gives you a choice, I mean, that's not up to me.
You come up to us with the best candy in the world, the best sugar, and tell us that it has a price, but you get to have it. No one would say no somehow.
Well, here's the price then, so you know. My organization deals with the elimination and obscuration of dangerous preternatural phenomena. That's what I was just telling you. These are things that threaten our citizens and our nation's security. We cannot allow the existence of these to come to the public attention. So, not entirely unlike what those people are doing, we also need to keep this out of the public eye. What you know from this point on, you wouldn't be able to share with anyone who is not part of this. Okay, so that's part of the price. Because the damage to society, both physical and psychological, would be catastrophic. And it takes a toll on those who learn of it too. If you join, you play by the rules, and rule 1 is deny everything. We do not exist. Neither do the things we guard against. Someday, the time might come to, let the world know that some of this does exist, but that day ain't today.
Yeah, I feel like joining some sort of occult FBI all over again. So, yeah, all right, I get the rules. We're used to it anyway, so I'm not. I mean, we're not used to the weird stuff. We're used to, I guess, murder and things like that. But dead people getting up. That was
Yeah,
weird.
Judith. There was no dead person. It was just combating on adrenaline.
Of
Yeah,
course.
right. I mean, yeah, sure. Okay, let's say that for today. Let's say that.
At least to anyone outside of this room. And certainly if Air Force intelligence comes asking you. The dumber
Yeah,
you
don't
play, the
worry.
better for you.
We're pretty good at playing dumb when we want to. So
All right then. Well, I will let you recuperate and we will be in touch.
I
all
look
right.
forward to it.
Yeah, look forward to resting first. You need to rest.
And she leaves.